Okay. But she does work all over the U.S. And so she has occupational health and safety. It's called PTS for that and health and safety.
I'll shoot you an email with my.
Yeah, I can pass you on the email. She's great. Just call them down.
Correspondence from two pieces of correspondence from.
Yeah, it seems like
All right, with that, we'll go back to Ms. Nielsen and Water Users Association.
Good afternoon. Administrator, due to our technical issues, I'm reading a statement from Paul Simmons, Executive Director for Clean Water Users Association. So it says, Chairman Copsec, Supervisors, thank you very much for holding this meeting and for the invitation to address your board. My name is Paul Simmons, and I am the Executive Director and Counsel for Clean Water Users Association. I apologize that I'm not with you in person as I had intended to be. The public comment has reinforced that the people and communities around and downstream of the now drained lakes and the dams are experiencing major damage. I hope that this hearing will help the rest of the world understand that and take notice, and respect these communities and do whatever can be done to redress the impacts that are being felt. KWUA, County Water Users Association, represents irrigation water users who are upstream and producers who rely on water diverted from Upper Klamath Lake and the Klamath River above Keno Dam. This includes farms in the northeastern part of Houston County as well as in Modoc County and Klamath County, Oregon. Although the area where you are is the area where the most significant impacts are occurring, it is also true that here, upstream, there are concerns. We are starting to experience some impacts, and we are at the cusp of experiencing additional unmitigated impacts from dam removal unless there is a change very soon. One area of concern is new financial impacts. Leaf River Dam and Keno Dam are not slated for removal. For as long as those two dams have existed, the Pacific Corps has been responsible for operation and maintenance or rehabilitation of those facilities. With Pacific Corps taking its lead from the main stem and river, the Bureau of Reclamation will be taking over those facilities. We hear reference to large amounts may be necessary for modification or fish passage facilities, or any number of other things. We are concerned that reclamation will look to pass those costs through to our members. These would be new financial burdens, and we did not ask for, let alone agree to this. Another area of concern is regulatory impacts. We assume that there will be fish, salmonids, in our part of the world that we do not currently have. The fish may present conflicts with it when it comes to diverting water or using land. Regulators tend to regulate, and there is no shortage of parties who are ready and eager to sue irrigators over impacts to fish. We have made our concern about regulatory impacts known for a long time. Several years ago, state and federal agencies committed to, quote, to take every reasonable and legally permissible step to avoid or minimize any adverse impact in the form of new regulation or other legal or funding obligation, end quote, that might occur in our area. This commitment included consideration of changes in laws or regulations if necessary to ensure that our members are not adversely affected. But in the 14 years that dam removal has been a real possibility, there have been no steps taken at all to prevent negative regulatory impacts to our members. So what are we doing? We have been working with our congressional delegation to secure federal legislation that would address these negative impacts. That legislation would ensure there would be no cost for irrigators associated with infrastructure that was historically operated by Pacific Corps, and at a minimum provide funding for fish screens for diversion And overall, we hope do anything that can be done to avoid negative impacts on our part of the world. Klamath Water Users Association is grateful for your support and eager to know how we can support the communities around and below Copco and Iron Gate. Thank you, Paul Simmons. With that, I'm happy to take any questions from the board and can direct them to Paul if need be, or Mr.
Any
Simmons. if need be.
questions from the board for Mr. Simmons? Okay,
Thank you.
we'll move on to item 4D, Klamath River Renewal Corporation. And for those of you that have public comment, we'll wait for the presentation and then I'll call upon those of you that like to make public comment. Who's presenting? Do we? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Mark Bransom with the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. We appreciate the invitation to be here today to hear the comments and the questions and the concerns and to provide you all with an update on project status and to take any questions that you all might have for us this afternoon. I've been standing in the back of the room throughout the entire meeting and listening to the comments and questions and concerns expressed by members of the public and residents. I want to acknowledge that this is a difficult time, and I understand that what folks are observing, what we're all observing, represents a significant change, and that change like this can be difficult. We've had observations of things that are difficult to understand, and I think it's my view that we're facing a difficult time, but I believe it's a relatively temporary period while we turn a corner. Things that we're observing are within the range of things that we had anticipated. And we're doing a significant amount of monitoring, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that with the passage of some time, we're going to start to see the positive results that we believe will be derived from the work that is underway. I want to let the board know that we're more than happy to meet with supervisors or staff and to continue to engage with the public and residents to work through and take the questions and be responsive to concerns. And we have been. We've been spending a significant amount of time over the last weeks with residents around Copco and along the river, answering questions and addressing issues that have come up, most of which, again, are things that we had anticipated and planned for and have been responsive to. And so I want to just again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to listen to the comments, questions, the concerns, provide some updates for you all, and then again, stand for some questions. So Ren is going to walk through some slides by way of an update, and then we'll be available. Thank you. Oh, sure. Yeah, just a brief overview of the Klamath River Renewal Corporation, because there were some questions earlier today about that. The Renewal Corporation is a nonprofit that was formed by the signatories of the amended Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement to be responsible for implementation of that settlement agreement, namely to obtain all of the necessary permits and authorizations and approvals to take ownership of the hydroelectric project, including the 4 dams, all of the powerhouses and related facilities, and then oversee the removal of those dams and the appurtenant facilities, and to restore the project lands. That is roughly 8,000 acres of land that make up the hydroelectric project. And of that 8,000, about 2,200 acres of land will be receiving some form of direct restoration activity. And we've seen that work already underway with some of the initial revegetation work that's being done and will continue through this year and next year and even into 2026. So again, the Renewal Corporation is the entity that has obtained all the permits, is operating under those permits to implement dam removal and restoration of those project lands. So with that, let me turn it over to Ren.
Picture is in about September. Next slide. So here is what we're looking at for the year going forward. So on the left-hand side, you can see that we first implemented operational drawdown. So we drew the reservoirs down as far as we could. We began the initial drawdown period in early January. We started with Iron Gate, then jumped up to JC Boyle, and then the Copco Reservoir. And we actually have just wrapped up this initial phase of drawdown. It's called the initial phase because we've officially released all of the waters that were held back by the dams. But because we were draining them so slowly, that there is the potential, if we have a significant amount of spring runoff, we'll get to that at Iron Gate.
We need to keep it down, please. Let them
So,
finish.
we can explain in a moment why you saw Copco Reservoir drain at a faster rate than was anticipated. And part of it is that so the plans and expectations for how fast Copco would drain were planned in the 50th percentile year, right? And the size of the hole was made for that. And we ended up not experiencing the water year that was expected. However, down at Iron Gate, there is a smaller closure. And similarly, even at Copco, right, it's made to a certain CFS. And this system, the Klamath Basin, has the ability to put enough water into the system that it wouldn't be normal river flows through those tunnels still. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is that there is the potential for them to refill during the spring runoff period. And that is why we will not begin deconstructing the dams until we are sure that the river has returned to base flows after the first spring flush. And then we'll begin deconstructing the dams all simultaneously and hope to have volitional fish passage by fall.
CFS, I'm sorry. What is CFS stand for?
Cubic feet per second. All right, next slide. So this is what I was describing, that you have the initial phase of drawdown, the draining of the waters that were held, but then final drawdown won't be established until we reach those minimal buyout flow conditions after spring has occurred.
So I want to talk a little bit about the sediment and the sedimentation that's being observed in the river at this point in time. So of course, these dams, as Ren indicated, have been on the river for over 100 years, and a significant amount of sediment was blocked from moving down through the river system and accumulated behind these dams. And the estimates were that there was somewhere on the order around 17 to 20 million cubic yards of sediment accumulated behind the dams that otherwise would have been transported down the river, and much of that out into the ocean. And all of the work that was done in anticipation of the drawdown and the dam removal estimated that somewhere around a third of that total material of sediment would have been mobilized during the drawdown and moved down through the river, and again, much of it out to the ocean. That number, that 5 to 7 million yards, is about what the Klamath River transports through its length on an average year. And so we're adding about 1 year's worth of sediment to the river. Obviously, we're adding that amount of sediment in a shorter period of time, but that is roughly, for context, an equivalent of 1 year's worth of sediment. So it is not an extraordinary amount of sediment being added relative to what the Klamath River typically transports. I know the turbidity levels are high, and to look at the river is disturbing because of the coloration and the amount of material that is in it. Now, we've heard some reports. I have not seen any of the water quality or sediment quality data that was commented on earlier today, so it wouldn't be appropriate for the Renewal Corporation to talk about that, but we are doing ongoing monitoring. As Chelsea reported to the board earlier today, we have multiple kinds of monitoring going on, including real-time continuous monitoring, as well as grab samples that are being taken at repeat locations along the river, and will continue to be for the duration of our permits, which could extend out into the 2028, 2029, 2030 timeframe. So the monitoring will be ongoing for an extended period of time. But the studies were comprehensive. There was a lot of work done by federal agencies and state agencies as part of the planning process leading up to the issuance of permits and ultimately FERC's surrender order. And the conclusion that EPA and others came to was that the sediments are non-toxic. Testing has shown that it is mostly dead algae, fine sands and clays and some gravels in there mixed in with the dead algae. If I can have the next slide, please. Something like.
So real quickly, Mark, you got ahead of my presentation.
Okay.
It's all right, I forgive you. But so I just want to quickly show you what drawdown looked like and where we are at today. So this is on January 11th when we initiated drawdown at the Iron Gate Reservoir. And then next slide. And now this is what it is looking like fully drained.
What day is this picture taken?
This is yesterday. This is quite recently. Next slide, please. This is initiation at J.C. Boyle. And J.C. Boyle drained much more quickly than the other dams, in line with what we expected, but it had significantly less storage than the other ones did. Next slide. So this one is actually taken from January after it was completely drained within 17 hours of initiating drawdown. And then next slide. And then I just want to briefly show you, this is obviously pre-drawdown at the Copco Dam. We installed the steel pipe on the exterior. On the right-hand side is the diversion tunnel that was used during the dam's construction. We were able to use that infrastructure for drawdown at the Iron Gate Dam, but we couldn't utilize it here. It was too old. It wasn't going to be a safe option. So that's why we made our own tunnel and then inserted this steel pipe. And that's what you're seeing here. And while we have drained the reservoir through the steel pipe, in the coming weeks, we will actually switch over to that diversion tunnel. So that's why I wanted to show you guys this. Next slide. And then it was blasted. And then you can go to the next slide. And now, Mark, you can talk about drawdown strategy.
Yeah, so the Copco reservoir certainly did come down more quickly than we had originally anticipated. Part of that was work that we had done in advance, so we knew that we were speeding up the process. But overall, the drawdown is relatively consistent with the time frame that we had been planning for, or at least within the range. We were a month out from the opening of the Iron Gate tunnel to the final drawdown at Copco, and we had estimated that we would be somewhere between roughly a month to up to 2 to 2.5 months. That was the window that was given to us to initiate and complete the drawdown of these reservoirs. The first thing we did from about late December through early January was to lower Copco reservoir down to the minimum operating pool. That really produced two positive benefits for us. One, it reduced the amount of water that we had to release after we opened up the new tunnel. And secondly, it allowed those hillsides around the reservoir rim to start to drain out and dewater. And that was important from a public safety perspective because as we reported to homeowners, there had been studies that suggested that some of those homes that were very close to the reservoir rim might see some settling of the geology or the soils that those homes are built on as a result of the water being drained out and those soil formations and the geology settling. So by drawing the reservoir down several weeks in advance to that minimum operating pool, we actually allowed the hill slopes to begin to drain out, which created a safer condition for those homes by reducing the risk that there would be any settling of the foundations or sloughing of those banks. We wanted to manage the drawdown rate to further protect public safety. And so in order to accomplish that, we called for banked water. So during the period when we were lowering the reservoir to the minimum operating pool, we entered into an agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation that the water that we were releasing would basically allow them to retain water in Upper Klamath Lake. And by that, they were able to meet their minimum flows using the water that we were releasing. So we called on our banked water during the initial days of the drawdown of Copco Reservoir. And what that did was mitigated the drawdown rate so that we were able to further mitigate the risk of some of that slope instability and the potential sloughing. And then lastly, we had observed the work that we did at J.C. Boyle when we blasted open the culvert under the spillway there to initiate drawdown. And we used the information that we learned there, and we basically just confirmed the plan that we had to open up the new tunnel through the base of Copco Dam. And with that confirmation, then we had a very successful opening. If you look at pictures from the upstream side of the dam, you can see that the tunnel was completely opened. And so when we had assurance that we had that tunnel completely open, that increased the amount of flow that was moving through the tunnel relative to what we had estimated at the lower end. We were not completely at the upper end, but again, all of these observations and all of these conditions are within the range of things that we had anticipated. So the drawdown was a little quicker than we had thought because we brought the reservoir down to minimum operating pool. And then we had less water coming in, even though we did have our banked water. It was less water than we had thought, and it was less than had been estimated based on the type of water year that was used as part of the modeling and the planning work that went into the work originally. Next slide, please. All right, I wanted to just talk a little bit again about some of the potential and mediated impacts. So as Ren said, the initial phase of drawdown is now complete. The reservoirs have been completely drained out. What we see now is the river beginning to reoccupy its historic channel. The flows are coming in from Upper Klamath Lake, released from Keno. And so we're back to the base flow condition and waiting to see what we will expect from the spring runoff. We have not seen any slope stability at any of the homes at this time, and we will continue to monitor. So residents will acknowledge that we have been flying drones and that we have had monitoring crews out on the ground multiple times every day to observe conditions, and we've had no reports and no observations of any slope stability impacts on any of the homes around Copco Reservoir. Chelsea did report that the Copco Road repair at milepost 13 was completed. The Renewal Corporation hired a contractor to go out and to effect that repair and get that road back to 2 lanes and safely reopened. And that work was completed a couple of weeks ago. We do have 2 wells that were impacted. These are domestic wells over on Patricia Avenue area. We had anticipated and we had reported to property owners that there might be as many as 20, or at the upper range, as many as 24 domestic wells, private residential wells, that could be impacted by the drawdown of Copco Reservoir. And as of right now, there are 2 wells. We brought in temporary water supplies while we work through with the co-licensees the approach that we will be taking to long-term solutions. I want to be real clear that the co-licensees will put in place long-term solutions for those wells that have been impacted. We are working now to make sure that we have an understanding of the full scope of the issue. The reservoirs are completely drained and we are down to the river level, but the subsurface geology is much slower to respond to the reservoir being gone. And so my point is that there will continue to be a period of time, we don't know if that's weeks or months, that it will take for that geology to respond to the new water level down in the river. And as those subsurface formations and the soils continue to drain and respond to the new lower water level, it is possible that we may see some additional wells come into the into the scope of this issue. But again, we've put these temporary measures in place. We're continuing to monitor the wells. We're continuing to keep those temporary storage tanks full. We continue to consult with the property owners and the well manager at the community well on Patricia, and we will continue to respond to people who express concerns or who are seeing issues with their well productivity. So we will continue to stay on top of this issue and monitor and work with the property owners for purposes of making sure that they have both short-term as well as long-term solutions to rely on. Next slide, please. Do you want to do this? Okay. Just want to remind folks that last year, land stewards downstream of the hydroelectric reach, in addition to people around the reservoirs who were sent information about what to expect during the drawdown phase, we sent letters to land stewards downstream so that folks had the ability to anticipate what they would be seeing, what the observations would be, and how to contact the Renewal Corporation or our contractors in the event that they had issued a report. In that letter, we informed land stewards that we would continue to closely monitor sediment for an extended period of time, and that if people had concerns with any sediment deposit that they were observing outside of the main stem of the river, that they could contact us and we would work with them for purposes of looking at remediation. And in the interim, beginning before drawdown, we had been and we continue to work with folks who do have irrigation diversions from the Klamath River to ensure that they have alternative diversion points or alternative water supplies in the short term for their irrigation needs. And as I mentioned before, the terms and conditions of our many permits require that we continue monitoring for at least the next 5 years, and the permits will ensure that we continue with a comprehensive monitoring program and reporting. We provide these monitoring reports on a regular basis to each of the regulators who have permit oversight. They receive those provisional monitoring reports. They determine whether those are now considered final or whether they have comments or questions on those reports. We make any amendments to those monitoring reports, and then they are considered final and can and will be made available to people. And as was reported earlier by Chelsea, there is real-time water quality monitoring data available online. The Karuk tribe maintains a site that posts water quality data. The Geological Survey has sites that report gauge information on flows and other water quality information that can augment some of the work that's being done. And our contractors, will have these crews continuing to do the monitoring reporting for an extended period of time. Next slide.
So Mark mostly just covered everything that was on this slide. We talked about that the EPA did comprehensive sediment testing and that their findings included that it's mostly dead algae, a lot of fine silts, sands, and gravels. And while they did detect some things, their expectation is that stuff will get diluted by the river water to the extent that it will not pose a danger to humans. And then the two below, the turbidity, pH, dissolved oxygen, and CFS are all available, the live data as Mark just described, and that water samples are collected and sent to regulators on a monthly basis. So now I'm going to cover some restoration activities because folks have definitely seen them out in the reservoirs. So we have two main contractors, one that cover the deconstruction of the dams, that's Kiewit, those are the trucks you see going around, and then we have Resource Environmental Solutions, who is our main restoration contractor. So in preparation for this project, they harvested about 13 million seeds by hand. Those seeds were propagated at nurseries up and down the Pacific Northwest, and they're entering the restoration process with about 17 to 20 billion native plant seeds. They've been working on revegetating already for the last month. Next slide. They use 5 different seed mix comprised from 98 different native plant species that will be used in different areas depending on the terrain. Since they started a month ago, some stuff is starting to sprout up. Not as much around the Copco reservoir yet, kind of on the far reaches is where they were putting their focus, but around Iron Gate, especially where they were able to start reseeding on the 12th after they initiated drawdown, stuff is starting to come up. Right now, it is mostly being done with hand broadcasting, and you would have seen crews out there. But what you will also see in the coming months, between now and March in particular, is helicopter seeding, particularly through the center portion of the Copco reservoir. So mostly hand broadcasts around the perimeters that kind of worked their way in as the reservoir has dried out. But for some terrain, particularly in Copco, you guys will be seeing helicopters. I've shown this slide before, just to give you an idea of what the river will look like. The river did pretty much end up laying down in its historic path. As you've seen here, this is kind of an old graphic. And we talked about the 5 different seed mixes here, right, where you see the dark green, and then where you see the speckled green, especially around the tributary, that's Beaver Creek that you're looking at. There's a whole different restoration treatment and plan that will go there because it's considered a high priority tributary and will be good for salmon spawning habitat. You can go next slide. And a note on fencing. I know there's been some confusion about our utilization of fencing. So we still are planning on doing fencing. It's wildlife friendly fencing, so the deer and other critters can get through. And we'll do it to whatever extent is necessary to ensure revegetation success. And its intention is to keep livestock out of the reservoir. So if you wouldn't mind flipping back to the last slide. So around Copco, you're not going to see it around your homes on this kind of like South Shore. It's mostly going to occur on the northwest side. That's where there's the issues with livestock. So no fences in front of your houses. Next slide. Just wanted to revisit this. So like I said, what we have coming now, restoration's underway. So you're mostly going to see reseeding crews, sediment evacuation, things like that for the coming months. It's going to be pretty quiet around the dams until dam deconstruction can begin in April or May, but we will start taking apart the things that are not important to the dam's structural integrity. So that's going to be the powerhouses, certain diversion infrastructure, things like that. but the dams themselves won't be deconstructed until, like I said, we go back to those post-spring flow minimum biop flows. And then it should be a pretty quick process after that. Like I said, hoping to achieve volitional fish passage by fall, by sometime in fall. And then pretty sure my next slide is my last slide. This is my contact information. That is my email and my phone number. And if you have any questions or concerns, you're free to contact me anytime. It's 530-670-0016. And my email address is just my name, Ren, R-E-N, @klamathrenewal.org.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it, I got one public comment on this. We'll go there first. William Simpson. You can just hand off if you want to the 3 minutes, Wendy.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a very creative narrative. Thank you, Mr. Branscombe. Very
Direct your comments up here, please, Mr. Simpson.
yeah, and Mr. Chairman. So anyway, so first of all, there's a lot of talk about reports and, you know, testing this and ongoing testing of that and this and that and the other thing, but nobody has ever seen any of these reports. There's no transparency. Now, I have a report here from Nielsen Labs that says there's lead 6 times the normal accepted level, chromium 178 times the accepted level, cadmium 6 times the accepted level, barium 37 times the accepted level, arsenic 6 times, and mercury 7 times. These are all things that get concentrated in fish. And when the ospreys and eagles eat those fish that have those in their bodies, they will die. That's why we almost lost the California condor from lead and things like that. There's no transparency. We keep hearing about it. It's just lip service, okay? It's shocking that they even bring up the whole idea of water quality when the only testing really going on is really turbidity and flow and oxygen, when you have all these other things that need to be considered, which we know are in the sediments. The sediments, the reason they let the lakes down so quickly, it was behind the scenes, I've heard the terminology that we're just going to flush the toilet. Because originally it was the engineers and scientists that came up here 15 years ago or so said, you've got to remove the sediments. You can't let that stuff go down the river. They decided that, okay, we'll just really rush it. We'll flow it down hard and send it to the ocean. But what ended up happening, and I've been around heavy equipment my whole life, logging, those sediments, most of the sediments are still there. There's 80% of that sediment is still there. And oh, by the way, the Army Corps of Engineers said there's as much as 60 million metric yards, not 17. So we have all these big discrepancies. We have cherry picking of data, lack of reporting, a lot of lip service. But the reality is 80% of that sediment is still out there. It's highly contaminated with all those things I just named, all those heavy metals. That's a fact. Nielsen Lab we tested the water, and that's just the water. If you go to sediment, it's going to be more concentrated. So what we're looking at right now is from here on in, every time it rains, that clay sediment is going to erode and leach those compounds into the river. So even if the turbidity drops to a certain extent, what's going to end up happening is you're sending heavy metals down that river, and those fish and the other organisms don't stand a chance all the way to the coast. Not to mention the indigenous people who are drinking that water out of their wells, okay? That stuff causes cancer. It causes all kinds of other neurological diseases and conditions. Also, we talked about, we're just sending down 1 year's worth of sediment. Well, the normal sediment going down the river, it was added to with the sediment that they put down. There's twice as much sediment that just went down as normal, and they only got 10, 15% of what was in the bottoms of the lake. So this is a real problem. It's polluted, and it's going to continue to be that way for decades unless that sediment is removed or mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Spring Anderson.
I'm losing my voice. So I grew up here since 1977 with my parents, Spring Anderson. And I noticed two things that they just said in their report that I had questions about. One thing with my dad's house being identified as one of those that would possible slide. I was wondering, unless the KRRC is hiring structural engineers, flying a drone is grossly insufficient to identify houses affected structurally due to the drawdown. So I was curious about what actual structural engineering inspections, if any, will be done. And then another question was the gaslighting and positive spin that the KRRC is attempting right now with downplaying the wells that immediately went dry on Patricia to only 2, when in fact those 2 wells affected, 11 homes? If I knew at last count, 11 homes on those 2 wells. And with that, what long-term compensation is going to be available to the homeowners on that road and the rest of the reservoirs? Sorry, my voice. Because their livelihoods have been completely destroyed, right, and devastated. The $5,000 that the KRRC offered my dad for his well won't even touch a new well. His well is 350 feet deep right now. So that was the other thing. And one other question, I'm sorry, the gentleman before me. What heavy metals specifically are being tested by the KRRC? Because there's been a lot of rumors and a lot of talk that it's only aluminum that they're testing for, when in fact that we know these other reports of the water testing that have been done are actually testing the heavy metals. That if you recall back, 20, 30 years ago with PGE and the contamination that went on with that. I mean, everyone's heard of Aaron Brockovich. All those chemicals that gentleman stated in that report that was done by an actual lab, those are all cancer-causing things. And you look around this room and you see the age group of these people here. My parents, everyone's in their 70s and 80s here. It's the kids that are going to be left to deal with this. All of us are dealing with the homes that are left over here. So I just have those questions for, you guys are doing the best you can, but I just appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Theo Johnson.
Theo Johnson, Scott Valley, or Etna. I was told when I asked the California Department of Fish and Wildlife my questions, I had questions such as, do you have a baseline on benthic macroinvertebrate measurement in the river, like before the dams came out, and then what is it now? Are we going to monitor that over time? Also, what is the water quality? What's the effect on fish? And they asked me to direct my questions to KRRC, which I haven't had time to do yet, but I'm hoping that they plan to put out press releases to do this monitoring and put out press releases. And I know I said this earlier, but now that I know who you are, I want to talk to you about this, because the press releases that we see on your website right now are not covering any of these very important questions we have. And you can't expect people to know how to get to the USGS data on turbidity, or to the Karuk data on whatever they might be measuring. And are we measuring all of the contaminants that could be in the river? That needs to be done. And that needs to be immediately posted somewhere. That's not something we should have to wait for a month while you file it with FERC. So I really hope we can follow up on this, and I'll be in touch. So thank you.
Thank you. Rex Casalio.
Sorry, I wasn't going to speak. Thank Chrissy Reynolds. She filled out my card for me. The reason I wasn't is because of this, Rex Casalio. I don't know if Mr. Branson remembers me. The first time we met was he had just been hired. He gave a presentation at the Siskiyou County Fairgrounds, telling us how wonderful everything was going to be and how enthusiastic he was. It just happened that our paths crossed as we were leaving, and I asked him as we were going, do you think you were hired, the KRRC was created with the corporate premise, the bylaws, that their sole purpose was the destruction of the dams? That was what he was hired to carry out. under the auspice and the directives of the KHSA. I said, you talked about being responsible, being a good neighbor, about trying to do good things here and listening to the people. Is there any scenario that you can see, given any empirical science or any studies that would come up, if they refuted the dams coming out? Do you see any scenario in which you would change your position or the objective of dams coming out? And he looked at me and kind of smiled and said, probably not. As it happens, over the last decade, virtually all of the empirical science that's been produced that the public has paid for and the ratepayers has totally supported our original positions, the historical, the documentation, the experiential circumstances that we've seen. That empirical science has now supported the lack of the impacts, that the negative impacts that the dams had, and actually the benefits that they have provided. And both experiments on the Condit, the Elwha, Gold Ray, all of those have shown the devastating disaster, including the assessments, scientific assessments that have come up since then. Validating the benefits of the dams and showing the negative detriments of the destruction that's unprepared for when they came out. Of course, the KRRC's response to that was we're requesting both California Department of Water Resources and FERC themselves and their respective EISs that they ignore the last 10 years of any science that was produced since the 2012 signing of the KHSA and the modeled science that they had performed to get to that point. Apparently, they're holding true to form. So I guess things are going according to plan. I could speak to our direct diversion that is lost now in my efforts. I'm sorry that they're going out, and I'll try and keep it short, but our diversion is lost, is gone now for our agriculture. I have been trying since last May for all of the wonderful contacts that they've been making with the residents. I'm one of them. Since last May, I had ongoing pushing for them to address the irrigation loss during the summer when it was responsible to do that, not incurring environmental damages
I'll need you to wrap
and
up, Mr.
logistical
Casalio.
issues.
I'll need you to wrap up, please.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep it at 3 minutes. Because everybody's going to have a shot at it. And I kind of clearly stated that at the beginning. So make your point quickly is all I can tell you. Mr. Bransom, do you want to come up and answer some of the questions? Or at least the board members may have some questions. Pardon? I don't have any more public comment. You want a public comment on this one? Okay, Mr. Casales.
Okay, this is just a quick. Rick Costalis, Scott Valley. When I worked for you guys on the suction dredging issue, one of the big things that the Department of Fish and Wildlife was having a hemorrhoid about was hexavalent chromium being released due to the suction dredging. And apparently in the Bay Delta region, which I had been on the CalFed Delta stuff, I'd been down there on some other stuff about it. It's a major concern on the impacts to wildlife and fish and people. And so it's a big deal. And what it boiled down to is, and the counter to that got them settled down, not that they still weren't using hexavalent chromium as a thing to be worried about, but the fact that hexavalent chromium doesn't change into a hexavalent form other than anaerobic conditions. And suction dredging, the soils, the rocks, the cobbles, it's all aerated enough that the miners aren't turning any hexavalent chromium or causing it. What is causing it is anaerobic conditions under the muck of the San Francisco Bay Delta. So the chromium was transported down there and converted to the hexavalent form, which is very toxic. if there is chromium under here and there is going downstream, it's converted into that hexavalent form and is going to keg up down in the estuary at the mouth of the salmon or at the Klamath. And so I think we need to, and these guys probably have some answers on the hexavalent chromium stuff, but it was enough to shut down suction dredging, right? That was one of the big deals on suction dredging was hexavalent chromium. And I can guarantee you there's way more of that stuff coming loose out of here than all the suction dredgers on the Klamath River turned loose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment before we bring back Mr. Branson?
I've got a couple of points. I'm
Hold
sorry,
on,
I'm
you-
Tony Hawley from Hornbrook. We keep hearing from the KRRC according to plan. From the fences to the drawdown, my biggest concern at this point is why did the Hornbrook Fire Department have to spend $4,500 for sleds to rescue animals off the lake? Was that planned for or not planned for? And that $4,500, is that going to be kicked back to them by the KRRC? We are a poor community. Hornbrook is probably the poorest community there is. But they, through donations, got sleds. They were out there on the lake mud practicing yesterday to rescue people, pets, animals, whatever might end up out there. The other thing, and it hasn't been brought up, and I know many of you for years and years and years that had Pack Power, on your bill, there was a little deduction for Pack Power. For dam removal, where'd that money go? Okay, answer that question. It's just something to think about. It was at one point designated for maintenance on the dams. And it got taken out and everybody's going, okay, they're maintaining the dams. It's all going to be okay. Thank God Pack Power's got control of this. The other one is personal. You mentioned that property owners down the river got notifications about what may or may not happen to their wells. I didn't get one. 1,000 feet from the river, we didn't get an impact. And I bet you, clear down the river 250 miles, not everybody got one. And somebody brought up their R-Ranch membership. R-Ranch memberships are not cheap. We have one. And one of the reasons people buy R-Ranch memberships is because of that great big campground below the dam. Thousands of people come there every single summer. Now, how much are those R-Ranch memberships going to be worth that they can't sell if they want to now because they have no river to come to? It's the peripheral stuff like that where you don't think the next 3 steps down that matter. I mean, yeah, the lake is empty and there's fish dead and there's dead deer and all kinds of upset people, but it's the 3rd level peripherals that didn't get considered. The outfitters that no longer get to take fishing trips, or the rafting companies that no longer get to take people down this river that we've all been enjoying and swimming in and playing in and relishing the fact that it's here for 60 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you, Chrissy, there was someone way in the back.
Hi, my name is Crystal Maxwell and I live here. I just got here a few minutes ago, so I don't know if you guys have already addressed this stuff. Yes, he did mention that there were 2 wells affected, but he did not say that it was 12 houses. So he made it sound like there was nothing. And also, right where the house is where they bought, where they're going to be staying and redoing the planting, is a very dangerous area. There's like a blind side on the curb, and they're parking on the road. I myself have been almost hit 4 times in 1 week because they are not, you can't see. You have to go around and you are completely at a blind side. And one of those times they almost hit me was a water truck that the water is being brought in because of the well issue. And I have been ran into the ditch twice because no one is standing there directing traffic, which is absolutely idiotic. And then also like the drones. Yes, there's lots of drones out right now, but we had a drone, and mind you, I'm not sure it wasn't you guys, but we're having we are having stuff stolen from properties and nothing's being done to help. Also sickness. Yeah, I have brought up sickness every meeting we've ever had. And everyone has nothing to say about it. They don't know. Well, let me tell you, I've had allergies my entire life. I have to take an allergy pill every single day. I'm having to take allergy pills every 4 hours. I have a lady that lives with us that's 86 years old, and she doesn't have allergies, and she's having problems. Even one of our dogs, if we're having to do baths, like allergies baths with a Vino, because she's broken out in rashes. So it's not just affecting the humans, it's affecting the animals. And so yes, that's my notes.
Thank you. Chrissy?
That was taken last night by one of the residents down on Patricia. That was the bath water that she, I'm sorry, Wendy. Chrissy Reynolds, Copco Lake. That was the water that she drew for her child to take a bath in last night, for her children to take a bath in last night. That was from the new water tank that is to service those 12 homes. I've heard it said that this is a difficult situation. It's not a difficult situation. It is a traumatically stressful situation. We are the first ones to get the call. The dead deer that everybody keeps talking about and the images, I took those. I took those because I was there, not because I wanted to be there, but because I was the only one that could be there until Fish and Wildlife could get there, and the Hornbrook Volunteer Fire Department. Those guys are angels, angels. They're not getting paid. CAL FIRE signed off on this, their management plan. But obviously, for those of you that have never been here before, we're it. We don't have a store. We don't have a post office. We are 911. We feed you. We're polite to you. We're cordial. But nobody should have the things on their camera roll and on my phone roll that I have, that I've had to witness. And there's no compensation. There's been no apologies. There's been no recognition of the traumatic stress that the game warden went through, that the fire personnel went through. They were so angry and frustrated that they didn't have the resources available to save 2 deer, let alone if this were human life. And the fact that a volunteer fire department can get resources faster than a state agency that has access to these incredible funds even through Cal Fish and Wildlife. $2 million, 5 new positions. And the game warden who spent the last 25 years up and down this river not having access to those resources. They did not know until that day what resources were available. Nobody had planned for this. It may have been in their plan, but it wasn't in any of the first responders' plans. They had no idea. They didn't even have phone numbers for each other until this happened. We asked for air support immediately, and they did not even know that that the tribes had planes and that there was a chopper. And then just to speak about the loss of wildlife and the birds, we don't have them. It's been replaced with drones, planes, and now we get to look forward to choppers, seeding. Our peace and our pursuit of happiness and our tranquility is gone.
Thank you.
It's not just difficult.
Thank you. Anyone else public comment on this one for KRRC? Okay, Mr. Branson, why don't you come on up and we'll run through the board and maybe you can address some of the questions that have been raised. Do you want to take on some of the questions that have been raised from public at this point, or do you want to?
I'll respond to direct questions from the board, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So let's go, Supervisor Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Branson, you brought up the co-licensees. We'll try to make the wells work. We'll have wells, operating wells for property owners.
Bring it up. There you go.
Maybe if I turn it on, it works a lot better. All right. So I'll ask the question again so all of you can hear it. The question is, Mr. Branson, you were talking about the co-licensees will keep the residents whole in regards to wells and water provided to the homes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's consistent with my previous statement. Yeah.
Right. That's big news. That's big news that for the wells that may go dry, there's plans in place or a promise that before KRC leaves, that there'll be water running through the faucets.
Yeah. It's always has been the intention of the co-licensees to ensure that we don't walk away from the project and leave a resident without water in their home. And if anyone suspected or thought that that was the case, then maybe we had a failure to communicate clearly. But we're here. We intend to stay and address these issues as they arise. The co-licensees are in the process of getting a handle on the full scope of the issue while they consider the alternatives that will best serve the community and resolve this problem.
All right. That is big news. There was people, in the public that did have that concern.
Yeah, and I just would like to respond to the critique that that was not clear that the 2 wells that have lost production serve a total of 12 homes, 5 of which are currently occupied, 7 of which are not occupied because apparently those are summer homes, seasonal homes. But we have been speaking to the well manager to ensure that the residents that are not currently occupying those homes will be, alerted to this situation and that we'll have the opportunity to work with them directly in advance of their return. So we're being proactive to try to make sure that we've addressed this situation fully before those homes are reoccupied for the summer season.
Next question, Mr. Branson, is there was discussion about testing wells within 1,000 feet of the river or anything like that. Is there a plan by KRC to test wells?
Well, we've been testing wells.
All right.
Many of the residents around Copco agreed to join in our monitoring program. I think it's regrettable that more residents didn't participate in that. You may recall, we asked for the supervisor's support to encourage residents to participate in that well monitoring program. we came in to properties with willing participating landowners, and we installed monitoring equipment. We paid those well owners a small stipend to allow us to have access to their property and their well for purposes of collecting groundwater data. And if we had been able to enroll more people in that program and better build out the program and the monitoring network, I believe we would have had better information that perhaps would have allowed us to address some of the issues that we're seeing in these two wells even more proactively than we have. So I wish we'd had more participation. As I said, we have permit requirements that will require us to continue to do monitoring of a variety of different metrics and measures out until the 2029 timeframe.
All right. In regards to, Ms. Maxwell brought up the parking, I'll take it, you'll look into that. It's on Ms. Maxwell? Is that on Patricia?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the one, it's the house that they bought, where they're, staying to.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the "they" is, but I understood the question or the concern to be about vehicles that are with crews doing work, whether that's revegetation or other things, that are parking on Agri-Beswick without monitors or traffic control. So we'll look into.
It's Patricia.
Okay, on Patricia. Okay.
They are not actively working, they were just parked at the house on the property.
Well, then that sounds like an issue of a private resident. So I'm not sure if that's, if it's not a work-related issue, then I would suggest that folks take it up with the residents.
It's the Yurok tribe. Yes, that owns that house. They bought that house.
So, okay, I think we've got it. It sounds like it's restoration work that might be taking place.
Yeah, if this is during work hours and we have people that are working, then by all means, that's an issue for the Renewal Corporation or our contractors or perhaps law enforcement, depending on the nature of the situation. But if these are residents who are driving too fast or who are parking on.
No, I don't think that was the case. I think it was restoration work. And the concern is that anytime that somebody is doing that type of work, there should be flaggers or signage that is indicating that there's somebody parked there.
That's understood.
Okay. Next, go ahead.
Yeah, just one last question. I'll turn over to my colleagues. There's some questions on the docks. I know the KRC had removed some of the docks for folks and placed them where they wanted it.
Yes.
Is there any remaining work on that?
At the request of a number of the residents, we left behind infrastructure that was attaching the floating portion of docks, which we were required to remove.
Right.
But at the request of many of the residents who wanted the remaining portions of their docks, including gangways and foundations or piers, to remain, we agreed to leave those in place. So we're not contemplating any further removal at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Ransom. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Supervisor Chris.
Thank you. Supervisor Ogun.
Can I speak about the dog?
It's at the board right now. Sorry.
I only have one question and it's gonna be so going back to water quality and the testing and monitoring, your claim is basically that, from what I understand, is that we're seeing your testing show silt, fines, and basically maybe a little bit of, from what I'm hearing, low oxygen levels, and we're not hearing anything else about the heavy metals or anything like that from what your reports show. We don't have any of the county's testing back, so we can't verify or not any of that information. I suppose the burning question is, with all of the dead fish, what's killing all the fish and the crawdads and everything else that's in the river.
Yeah, so let me address the first part because I want to be clear that we are monitoring for other parameters besides the nature of the soil and sediment itself. So there are tests for at least one metal. I'm not sure that I know off the top of my head the comprehensive list, but we're doing everything that was written into all of the water quality certifications and other permits that we are required to monitor and test and report. So we're conducting all of that testing, and I know it goes beyond just whether it's silt or clay or sand or algae. So there's that. So in conversations that I've had with some of the fisheries biologists, tribal biologists, our restoration contractor, and fisheries agencies, it's my understanding that the die-off that we're seeing of the fish is in the river is primarily due to the reduction in the dissolved oxygen, that the organic material in the sediments that is being flushed out from behind the dams, mostly the dead algae that had settled to the bottom, as it metabolizes, it's consuming a lot of the dissolved oxygen in the water. And that reduction in dissolved oxygen, to the way it's been described to me, is a major factor resulting in the die-off of the fish that we're seeing. Now, we're seeing some that are stranded around the reservoirs as well. Some of the non-native perch and other fish that have been living in the reservoirs that are not adapted for the river conditions are dying by virtue of the stranding.
Okay. And you may not be able to, this may be a better question for Mr. Harris. But are there fish planned on being released from the hatchery anytime soon?
That would be a question better addressed to California Department of Fish and Wildlife because I don't know the answer. Supervisor Hogan.
He's up next after this, so we'll wait for that. Supervisor Howe?
Thank you. I think you and I could probably go back and forth on this.
Turn it up.
No one can ever hear me.
There you go.
I think you and I could go back and forth on the studies for probably hours. I keep hearing from the water board the same thing. We anticipated this. It's in the report. It's in the report. I read the reports, and the magnitude of what I'm seeing, either I missed it or it wasn't properly vetted throughout the years. And believe me, my whole background prior to being on the board was in science and the application of science and natural resources, working with EISs and working with incident management teams on catastrophes all across this nation. What I don't see is a fallback plan. And I don't see it at any level, honestly. First part of a fallback plan is being honest with yourself and accepting that maybe something isn't quite according to what was in the plan, and then work to solve it. I'm real concerned about that because what I'm seeing, I'm really concerned about the tribs. And if any fish produced out of the Salmon Scott rivers or the Shasta River, or even the Trinity River this year, reaches the main stem, it's dead. So what is the plan going forward to replace this cohort and maybe another subsequent cohort on down the road in the tributaries?
Well, question for CDF and W, probably better answer, but I will say that the fisheries agencies at the state and federal level significantly informed the plan for the drawdown of the reservoir, specifically the timing of the drawdown to take place during the winter months of January, February, and into early March if necessary, which is the time of the year when the least biological activity. So the adults are not present in the river. Many of the juveniles have not undertaken their outmigration to the ocean, so they are seeking refuge in tributary habitat. And so this was the window of time that the Renewal Corporation was given to affect the drawdown. So the fisheries agencies looked at this and they made the determination that this was the period of time that that work should be done. Now, I don't know what you would consider to be the most important elements of a fallback plan as you characterize it, but I will say that our permits require that we meet certain performance measures with regard to the restoration. We are implementing mitigation measures from those 40+ management plans that Ren referred to that are tied into our permits that require us to meet certain performance measures for a wide variety of mitigation measures before those permits will have been satisfied and we are considered to be released from those permit requirements. So performance measures are specifically written into the permits, whether that is a certain number of square feet of vegetation per square yard or whatever the measure is. There are a significant number of those that we are bound to and that we agreed to when we accepted the permits.
Do you have permit requirements for the other rivers?
No, we are limited to the removal of the hydroelectric dams and the restoration of the project lands. The Renewal Corporation's mission and frankly, our interests do not extend to the tributaries that you express concern for. I understand what people are saying. Our mission was to obtain all of the permits necessary to remove the dams and to restore the project lands. Questions about water management or species management or habitat management in the tributaries is question that should be directed to others who have jurisdiction. The Renewal Corporation does not have jurisdiction over tributaries, and I'm sure there are some of you are probably thankful.
And I understand that.
Is it going out? Do we have another set of batteries?
Do you have spares batteries?
Yes, we got it.
So I understand that, and I understand your role, but you point out to me a flaw in the total analysis that may be better answered by Mr. Harris when he comes up, because someone is responsible for what I call a fallback. Anybody in emergency response knows what the heck a fallback is. A fallback is, what if it doesn't work, then what? So that's what I'll ask Mr. Harris when he comes up here and he can address that. But specific to your mission, this summer, when the sediments dry out in the lake bed, what is the dust abatement plan?
Well, there will be water applied to irrigate the vegetation.
Hold on, we can't, we don't have a mic right now, so let's hang tight.
Yes, I'll try to speak as loudly as I'm able.
Yeah, just wait a minute, because it'll be easier once the mic is on.
I have double A's. No, we needed C. We have it, but it looks like it got moved.
Are these long here, Elizabeth?
Yes. Just take a look.
Will it reach?
Oh, yeah, it's got all this.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was asking about the dust,
dust abatement. So look, Ren talked about the 13 million seeds that become 17 to 19 billion seeds. Every square inch of 2,200 acres of what is former reservoir, the footprint is going to be planted, and it'll be planted at least once and maybe twice. So to relate this to your former question and concern, has performance measures in their permits that would require them to be on site, ensuring the success of that vegetation. So planting native plants is really job one with regard to restoration. And so they're going to be chasing the drying sediments down to take advantage of the residual moisture in the sediments to get that seed planted. And we want to cover a lot of ground quickly, which is why they're going to switch from the hand planting to the helicopters to try to get this done while there's still moisture in the sediments to give that seed a head start. So job one with regard to stabilizing the sediments, including dust control, is getting vegetation established. And so that is really critical on our timeline to do that. And so the question of how are you gonna do that? We have water rights. The Renewal Corporation inherited, if you will, or took transfer of the water rights. Get native vegetation growing on these reservoirs.
Appreciate that, and I appreciate the talking about the irrigation, because it was a significant operation in Florida, Condit Dam, because of the ensuing dust storms that occurred that summer with that dam removal. The other question I have is about drones. I was up here 2 weeks ago walking around, just talking to some folks, and I was walking on Patricia. One of the drones followed me for a half an hour, right over my head. What is the purpose of these drones, and what are they surveilling if it's not people?
Exactly.
Well, first of all, I can't say with any certainty whether that was a drone.
It was a Euroc drone. I spoke to the operators.
Yeah, well, then I can't fathom why a drone would be.
I got pictures.
Well, I would be pleased to receive those from you, Supervisor, so that I can follow up on that personally. Look, we take the privacy of the local residents very seriously. The presence of the drones, we've actually had residents who have thanked us for utilizing these drones for purposes of monitoring the slopes. Right, we're out there multiple times during the day, using drones and ground crews, as I said earlier, to observe the conditions on these reservoir rims to see if we have any issues with any instability, so we can respond accordingly. And I'd be happy to follow up on that, because there's no compelling reason in my mind why
I'd like you to,
drones should be followed.
because they're quite intrusive and intimidating.
Understood.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. So just briefly on the drones, are they marked by any identifying mark that we know that it's part of the project?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman. I suspect that it would be, you have to identify the operator of the drone to really determine that.
The question came up from the public with regard to structural engineering. Just checking them out with the drones. Does the KRRC have structural engineers that are also checking out homes and slopage? And
at this time, we don't have structural engineers that are inspecting homes. We are doing the visual monitoring with the drones and with the ground crews, and we're talking to the residents in the area while we're doing that work to see whether we're getting any reports, whether any property owner has any observations or concerns. And to date, we've had none. But we have a full team of folks that will be available in the event that we do have observation of any cracking or settling or anything that we need to investigate. That would be civil engineer, geotechnical engineer, structural engineer, others who would be available to work with the property owners to determine an appropriate solution and results.
so whoever's manning the drone that's checking this out, do they have any type of background with structural engineering? Or
they're collecting the data. The drone operator is collecting the data that's being interpreted by the professional engineers.
Okay, thank you. Another question came up from the public with regard to what heavy metals are being tested by KRRC.
I'm going to have to get back to the board on that question, because as I said, I don't have a comprehensive list of all the water quality parameters that we're required to test for.
All right. And with regard to the local fire department here and the cost of rescue, I'll call it, is there any provision for reimbursement to those costs from the KRRC?
Yeah, so I want to just make an important distinction, at least important in my mind, between the support that a volunteer fire department might provide for rescue of wildlife versus services that they might provide for other rescues. And I'll just comment here this afternoon that the Renewal Corporation has made a donation to the Hornbrook Community Fire Department for purposes of acquiring equipment that could be used for non-wildlife rescue, and specifically for people or other things that may be in the scene.
So with regard to, it's in kind of an unintended consequence, but yet it occurred. So is there isn't, or there is a provision for some type of reimbursement?
We do not have a provision for reimbursement. We have certain responsibilities for certain species of wildlife that are part of our permits and part of our obligation to address. And other than that, we don't have that jurisdiction.
Okay, and then I think it was Mr. Costalis that brought up, maybe saying this wrong, is it hexavariant?
Hexavalent.
Yeah, so what he brought up, especially about suction dredge mining, and why it ceased, how is the KRRC dealing, or at least monitoring, what impacts that might have down there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you're quickly exceeding my knowledge of analytical chemistry. And again, I'm happy to get back to the board with a more detailed description of the parameters that we're monitoring.
And is Chelsea still here? Did she leave? Oh, she's still here. So is that something you can, on these last couple of things that I've asked, that you can take up with the KRRC so we can get an answer to that? Thank you.
I will work with Mark on that.
Thank you. When you talk about the co-licensee, can you let everybody know who they are?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that opportunity and the question. Yes, when the Klamath River Renewal Corporation became the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's licensee for the Lower Klamath Hydroelectric Project, the states of Oregon and California also came on as co-licensees. That means that the states and the Renewal Corporation have the obligation to implement the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's license surrender order that covers all of the permits for all of the other agencies and entities that we work with to obtain the authorizations and approvals and permits to implement the project.
Thank you. With regard to the fencing, is it temporary or permanent?
It's premature to make a determination on that. The fencing that we're installing is for the purposes of excluding livestock. As Ren mentioned, the fencing the Renewal Corporation intends to install will be wildlife friendly so that we don't impinge wildlife from accessing the river or water supply. Our objective is to give the restoration every opportunity to get established by the exclusion of livestock.
You mentioned banked water. What is that?
Banked water is essentially a trade for water that is in storage downstream for water that is in storage upstream. So we release water from Iron Gate and Copco Reservoir that otherwise would have been released by the Bureau of Reclamation from Upper Klamath Lake. In exchange for that, we agreed with the Bureau of Reclamation that they would essentially hold, like a savings account in a bank, the water that we released that otherwise they would have had to release. And basically it was a timing shift. It was an equal amount of water for a later time.
And was that water potentially could have been used in the project itself or not?
Not in the irrigation project, because that is water that otherwise we would have released, or Pacific Corp would have released to generate power.
And then lastly, with regard to the sediment determination by the EPA, is the EPA actively monitoring what's occurring now?
The EPA provided input to the environmental impact statement as well as the Section 404 permit that Corps of Engineers issued. And so their jurisdiction is represented through those two environmental documents. And so we're in compliance, or we are monitoring for purposes of being in compliance with the provisions of the environmental impact statement and the Clean Water Act, Section 404, under the jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers.
So is the EPA actively monitoring currently?
To my knowledge, the EPA has not come out for purposes of monitoring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. I'm going to go this way first. Anything, Supervisor Chris?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
This is regarding the, I'll use agriculture country, Klamath River Country Estates. PRC,
Microphone.
And then there's KRRC.
Thank you.
So there's the Klamath River Country Estates and then KRRC. You're in dialogue with our ranch and our CE for mitigation, or co-licensees, could keep those organizations for as well?
Very much in communication with both of those entities, Supervisor Chris. We are in the process of working through raising of certain electrical infrastructure and other infrastructure, and providing financial resources for the implementation of floodproofing measures. We're in the process of completing waivers for implementation of those measures, and our attorney and my chief financial and chief operating officer are in close communication with both of those entities for purposes of getting those resolved.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Branson.
Thank you.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay. Supervisor Howe?
Just a quick follow-up. Initially in the public meetings, there was discussion about your organization and the mitigation fund being confined to 5 miles below Iron Gate Dam. Most of my constituents are downriver of this project, and I'm just wondering, is from a restoration standpoint, should you find things that need to be fixed downriver? Initially, we talked about floodplain planning and remedies and those kinds of things. Are you still limited to how far down the river your organization is permitted to go and operate, or am I wrong?
We're not constrained for purposes of implementing solutions with regard to any sedimentation that may occur all the way down the river. And I'd be happy to speak with you or others about any issues that may be observed now or we may observe in the future as to whether it would be appropriate for us to consider that a direct project impact and look into some sort of a resolution as appropriate.
Okay, yeah, I know you don't have the answer to this today, but going forward, what I'm seriously concerned about is that the FEMA floodplain is not going to be redefined for at least a 5-year period. You may be here. I'm just wondering how any restoration work associated with that and properties along the river are going to be addressed.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that point up, because I know we talked about that at a previous board meeting, and you invited FEMA to speak to the board. Subsequent to that meeting, the Renewal Corporation did submit letters to FEMA and the National Weather Service consistent with the requirements that we have for updating the floodplain mapping that will be part of revising those letters of map revision and that process for creating new flood insurance maps.
Thank you. We got a response to it. I wasn't too happy with it.
Supervisor Copeland?
Question in regards to the 5 mile limit on the river.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, you brought up that there is a 5 mile parameter downriver that they will oversee. But
Can't hear you.
they won't.
There's a 5 mile impact associated with the latest EIS and impacts to properties along the river. And I was
So anybody past the Klamath Bridge.
and I was inquiring as to whether or not KRC would be responsible for the remediation. It appears that if it is related to sediment, the answer is yes, they are responsible.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the limit actually is 15 miles down the river from Iron Gate.
Supervisor Open?
Yeah, one quick question about revegetation and res. What's your time frame? Was it 2 years for replanting?
Yeah, so the replanting could theoretically take place all the way out until the regulators tell us that we have satisfied those performance measures. Res's schedule, basically, as we've reported today, is out on the ground right now and have been for several weeks with the initial revegetation. That work will continue all through this spring, summer, and fall. They will come back in 2025. They will be focusing on some tributary work, and they will be doing replanting of the native vegetation in the reservoir footprints as may be necessary to fill in any bald spots. And that work will continue into 2026, at which point they will transfer into what we refer to as a maintenance and monitoring period. That is, by then, they're hopeful that the vegetation will have been successfully reestablished, and they'll be doing maintenance work to ensure that its continued success, as well as tributary habitat and main stem Klamath River fish habitat projects that they will be implementing over the next couple of years as well. And then they will continue that monitoring and maintenance work out until the completion of the permit term 2028, 2029, 2030, or whenever the regulators say you've been successful in meeting the permit conditions.
Is there a plan that the public can look at to see how they're gonna go about that? I'm just curious because I know these folks would probably, especially here in Copco Village, would love to see. Sorry. I don't wanna say Copco Lake.
Well, we aren't called the village yet.
This area in particular, that's more populated, would like to see this particular spot filled in first. Not that we want to put preference on any particular place, but I think this area in particular would like to see some work done more quickly than others that are less populated. Is that something that can be looked at, or is that on a plan somewhere?
Well, that's a very reasonable request, and I'd be happy to take that to Res and see what, where this area fits into sort of their priority planting areas. But I will say that, Res has been out here to the community a number of times to talk about the planting plans. They've engaged individual property owners to talk about what those property owners can expect to see over the coming months and years. But I'd be happy to take that suggestion back, and I would encourage the community to engage with us for purposes of seeing exactly how that plan will roll out. And all of those plans, well, I don't want to say all of them, the guiding sort of roadmap plans are all publicly available. All these management plans, the reservoir area management plan, our planting plans are all publicly available, so people can see exactly what it is that is anticipated.
Is that on your website?
On our website and on FERC's docket as well, on FERC's website. But if anybody just drops us an email or a line or call us, we'll be happy to point you to those plans.
Thank you. That especially because of especially this spring with the potential for dust and everything else, I really think that would be appreciated.
Yeah. And Res will be organizing some volunteer planting parties so people can come out and do some planting.
Merrier. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll call Ren, the number that she put up, the 530 670
It'll be on our website as well.
Yeah, not everybody has that.
included if we're not in the group that you want to make sure gets done first.
Well, we just wrote down the phone number, give folks the phone number to call us.
One last thing for you, Mr. Branson, with regard to fire suppression, that question came up with the public early on. I understand that the KRC has provided firefighting equipment to the Chiefs Association. It's come up that, what is going to happen here? I'll even go so far as to say, is there going to be a demonstration of this dipping method that they're talking about? So residents have some confidence that fire suppression will be adequate?
Yeah, we work closely with CAL FIRE and Oregon Department of Forestry on the other side of the border in recognition that the loss of these reservoirs is a big deal when it comes to having a reliable water supply for combating a wildfire. We took that very seriously in the development of our fire management plan, which is why we spent a significant amount of time consulting with the fire professionals to determine what was it from their perspective that would be most helpful as they consider how to attack fires, without the reservoirs as a water supply source. So we invested a significant amount of our money into early detection and warning. That was something that the fire agency said they really wanted to do, was to build out the camera networks that allow for very early detection, to mobilize and deploy resources early when fires are still very small. In addition to that, we are putting a number of resources in place, as you mentioned, Chair. Siskiyou County Fire Chiefs Association received water tenders and pumps and trucks and a variety of other equipment that can be deployed. We've been speaking with the fire department chief and the deputy chief here at the Copco Community Fire District to see if there might be some opportunity for some redistribution of some of the equipment that the Renewal Corporation provided, or perhaps just to augment their resources directly rather than redistribution from some of the things that we'd already provided. I don't know specifically to respond to your question about whether there will be testing done or opportunity for the public to observe how the dipping will be done. At this point, we're And I would say some time ahead of being able to identify those, those pools, the deep pools, but they are in the process of deploying tanks and the dry hydrants that are being constructed, so those resources will be available.
Understood, but I'd ask that you put it on your radar so that, and I think a demonstration would be fair, because there's gonna be a lot of questions. Well, you heard it. What about fire suppression? We've had a lake, we don't have that now. What sense of confidence are we gonna have that we're adequately protected? So,
We'll take that up with CAL FIRE and see. Yeah.
all right, with that, Ms. Wendy, do you want to take a break?
All right, she has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Hold on, we're not breaking yet.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to note that, just to make people feel more comfortable, that drone that you were describing, that is specifically for LiDAR. So it's not connecting to the visual information of you, right? It's looking at the geology underneath, and then that information is reviewed by engineers. Just to answer that question, other drones may be looking out farther in the reservoir to monitor from a visual perspective, but particularly if you see that large drone that is a LiDAR drone. And the only other note is that for resource environmental solutions, you're talking about like identifying priority areas in this area. So there are certain areas in the Copco community that are only accessible by private property, right? And so that RES has sent out letters asking for people to have permission to access their property, to be able to walk through and revegetate. And so that is a good, we're gonna work out a way to get to that area no matter what. And we'd like for us to prioritize those areas. That's a good way to do it.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna break for 5 minutes. And Board of Supervisors will recess.
Yeah, I remember.
California. This project will restore over 420 miles of habitat. I'd like to address 4 topics today: drawdown, impacts to reservoir fisheries, parcel B lands, and water quality. In response to recent reports of deer and other animals being trapped in sediments exposed by the drawdown of Copco and Iron Gate reservoirs, the department has increased staff in the area of Copco and Iron Gate reservoirs. We're monitoring the reservoirs every day, specifically for the detection of wildlife. We have staff on call who have wildlife-related rescue experience, who can respond and evaluate emergency wildlife situations. We're answering any concerns directed to our Reading headquarters main phone number and primary email address every day for alerts and notifications about any wildlife that may be trapped or distressed in the project area. We've installed flagery, essentially colored and reflective fabric straps that blow in the wind in locations around Copco to deter wildlife that were determined by our wildlife biologists. Since the department has initiated these measures last month, there have been no more incidents or reports that we are aware of involving any additional deer being stuck in the reservoir footprints of Copco. We recognize that the deer loss is very sad and very unfortunate. 10 deer died, 2 of which had to be euthanized. And we know how much the Copco community enjoys and values those deer. Wildlife was expected to be impacted by the drawdowns, but the impacts were faster and to more deer than we expected. It's important to remember that the deer herds here in Siskiyou County are very resilient, healthy, and their populations overall remain stable. Resident deer populations and migratory herds continue to use the area as winter range, and the number of deer observed through our annual survey show consistency over the past couple of years. With regard to wildlife rescue, the department is asking that the public not try and rescue wildlife entrenched in the sediments. Wildlife rescue in situations like this involves a balance between the ability to complete a successful rescue and health and human safety concerns. We also ask the Copco community residents not to feed the deer or leave water out for the deer, providing the food and water for the deer attracts the deer and keeps them in the area around the reservoir, and it exposes them to greater risks and dangers. If you see wildlife in distress, please call the department at 530-225-2300. Impacts to reservoir fishes. The department is aware of the mortality that has occurred in the reservoir footprints. Many of the fish species were non-native, including largemouth bass, yellow perch, bluegill, catfish. These non-native fish species are typically associated with reservoir environments. When we transitioned over to the riverine environment, there was expected to be substantial population losses and being eliminated altogether. However, the decline in non-native fish is expected to benefit native fish, including trout, salmon, and steelhead. CDF plans to closely monitor fish populations following removal of the dams to understand the impacts and inform future management actions. The department is also aware that fish mortality has occurred below dam restoration reach, as was anticipated as part of the drawdown action. Parcel B lands. Parcel B lands are currently held by KRC, and restoration actions will likely keep many of the parcels with KRC for several years and remain closed as restoration actions are carried out. Parcel B lands will then either be transferred to the state of California or other entities, and the department will work with potential entities to discuss recreation and other issues such as fuels reduction, invasive weed management, but cannot forecast at the time what our access or management will occur. There are 3 recreation sites proposed for Iron Gate and Copco reservoir areas, including the facility at Iron Gate, a facility near Fall Creek, and expansion of the Copco Day use area. Sediment evacuation was expected to be most severe short-term impact, with the magnitude and duration primarily influenced by water year type. As part of dam removal planning and environmental review, hydraulic and sediment transport models were developed by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and further updated by the Klamath River Renewal Corporation to analyze background conditions and predict suspended sediment concentrations, sediment transport, and river conditions. In real time, the U.S. Geological Survey is monitoring water quality at 9 continuous water quality monitoring stations spanning from Oregon to near the mouth of the Klamath River, as well as the 9 locations where grab samples are also being taken. What we're seeing is what we're expected to occur, and turbidity is going down, but it will continue to fluctuate based on storm events and other actions related to dam removal. Do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, well, I got a few public comments first. Chrissy Reynolds, are you still here? Yeah. I think I've got you on this one. Yes, E? Yeah, come on up here.
Oh, do you mean to move? I'm sorry.
You're okay.
So in regards to parcel, I'm Chrissy Reynolds, Copco Lake. In regards to the parcel B lands, the option to any resident or property owner was never given for people to buy the land to continue to allow them to have access to the water. That was never an option, and I'm curious as to if that is an option. I know that the Wildlife Conservation Board is seeking to buy up all of the other properties. And I'm guessing that's one of the other entities that you were talking about as far as the state goes, which Chuck Bonham is the head of CDFW, and yet he's also on the board of the Wildlife Conservation Board. I don't know, just as a resident here, I mean, reason why our parents and grandparents and, other people bought here was so that we could have access to the water. We want to make sure that our rights as citizens that live here still have access to the water that we've been historically able to access, not just for fishing and recreation. The concerns have been known. I don't know if this is part of CAL FIRE, OES, or whatever, but with increased traffic just on the reservoir itself, but increased traffic going to be on the river. What protections do property owners have if somebody decides to get out of their raft and then hike up to the shoreline? Are we now at risk to increased vandalism, increased loss of our enjoyment to our land and our private use of our land? And then, I don't know, I just have so many questions in regards to the wildlife. The pelicans are going to be showing up here very soon. The turkey vultures are going to be showing up here very soon, and they're going to get here. And I know this is part of your guys' plan, but they didn't have any clue that this is part of the plan. They're going to show up here, and they're not going to have a place to have their breeding grounds, their summering grounds. Their access to food has been completely decimated, and just for all of the native or the migratory birds that are lost because of the Upper Tule Lake reservoirs. We've just eliminated the last bits of open water of the Pacific Flyway.
Thank you. William Simpson.
Hello? Okay. My name is William Simpson. I'm a rancher down in Copco. So with regard to parcel B lands, okay, so these sediments, I'm not aware of anybody testing the sediments themselves for heavy metals. We have water samples downriver that show chromium at, like I said, 178 times above EPA limits for chromium. Okay, those sediments are going to turn to dust this summer. Spreading seeds on the surface, any good farmer knows, a rancher, you got to drill seed in, and that's if you got good soil. This is microcrystalline clay. It's low pH. It's contaminated with, it's heavy in nitrates and phosphates right off the get-go, coming down out of Klamath Lake from the bird poop and the phosphates. And then there's, of course, soil amendments from the Klamath Basin added in, and then we have all these heavy metals that nobody so far has said, KRRC, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Wildlife, nobody is testing for mercury, arsenic, barium, cadmium, chromium, lead. They're all off the charts, according to Nielsen Lab, from the aqueous solution that was tested down at the Klamathon Bridge. So the sediment is going to be much higher. That's just a fact. I don't hear California Fish and Wildlife talking about, what about our livestock? The livestock here have had access to water in either the river or the lakes after the lakes were set up for time immemorial, going all the way back to when this county was settled. This is open range. The livestock water has to be addressed. RES and other people, KRC, said they were gonna, if they did diversionary fencing, they would provide alternative water sources. That hasn't been done. Summer's coming, the creeks and springs are gonna dry up, the livestock are gonna come down, and they're gonna challenge those fences. That's a big problem. You only see what you test for. You know, everybody keeps talking about their tests, but when you ask them, are you testing for all these heavy metals? When you ask people, KRC and the Fish and Game, what are you testing for? They're not testing for these heavy metals. The only metal I've heard about so far today is aluminum, okay? These other metals, they're gonna get into the fish. The fish come down out of the tributaries. Right now, the Klamath River is loaded with these heavy metals, and they're gonna continue eroding out of the probably 50 to 60 million metric yards of anthropogenically polluted clay that are loaded with these heavy metals. They're gonna come out of the lake bottom. Every time it rains, it's going to erode and leach into the river every winter. So these fish coming up or out of the tributaries are going to get hammered by these heavy metals. Then the birds eat them and die. I mean, and you can't eat these fish once they get into this stuff. As far as the deer population, this is inconsistent. I hope you don't hammer me on my time. As far as the deer populations, this mic keeps going out.
We can hear you.
Okay, as far as the deer populations in California, in our county, California is down, according to Deer Friendly, at least 1.5 million deer or more. This is a critical wintering deer habitat up here, and our deer population is not as reported, okay? Anecdotal data was taken from an area just to the east of Grenada out there, and that data is not consistent with what the real deer populations are. California is down about 1.5 to 2 million deer in the last 30 years. That's a fact. Oregon's down 500,000. That's a fact. So there's a lot of things here that are inconsistent, and we're not seeing transparency. We're not seeing proper mitigation. We're not seeing fallback plans like Supervisor Haupt talks about. What are we going to do about hexavalent chromium in the dust?
Please, Mr. Simpson, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to check this mic, please? Richard Marshall's next.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Richard Marshall. I'm president of Siskiyou County Water Users Association and also a rancher in the Fort Jones area. And I wanted to talk in particular about the fish because on Sunday, my wife and I traveled down from Iron Gate down along the river, and we took photographs and we got out of the car, especially at KRC campground, which I had invited our KRC folks here to go down to and take a look at the turbidity in the water. It smells like death as you approach the water, and there's all kinds of dead fish life, crawdads, etc. And the river reminds me of Mount St. Helens. When Mount St. Helens, we saw those pictures of the mud flowing down from that area. So I wanted to, in particular, suggest maybe the Fish and Wildlife Service should change its name to the Ministry of Death for wildlife, because that's a river of death, literally. Everything is dying and everything around it, including the trees and so on that get their water from that river, are going to die. It's going to reach all the way to the bay, to the mouth of the river. It's moving there. If it's not there already, it's moving that way. And it's going to continue as we've talked about before. But I wanted to mention a couple other issues in connection with this. In 2014, I was invited by Paul Hauser to represent him at a debate at the George Mason University. And the debater that I was having with is John Besdick. You may remember John Besdick. He represented the Department of Interior. There were 900 people in the audience. They were all basically environmental students from all over the country. They were invited by George Mason to come there. And at the conclusion of the debate, about 3/4 of the group voted that the dam shouldn't come out because there wasn't enough information to support removal of the dams. And there was a particular concern about the fish themselves, the salmon being a one species, a single species approach to this process of dam removal. Made no sense. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States, this is new information I hope for everybody. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States handed down a decision in the Department of Agriculture versus Kurtz. And in that decision, and the legal pundits are looking at it now, but a lot of them have said this opens the door for lawsuits against federal and state agencies who have made incorrect decisions in these processes that we're witnessing now. So that door may be open for someone like the county or ourselves as citizens who are damaged by this process, which we all know here in this room, most of us, that the scientific facts don't support what's going on. And in fact, this is all a process to reach out and depopulate our area by going after the Scott and Shasta rivers next. And this is the first step. Mr. Bonham's been at this for a long time, beginning with his leadership in the Trout Unlimited group as attorney for Trout Unlimited, and he's been in that process ever since. Thank you.
Thank you. So bring it back to the board. Supervisor Howe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, follow up on that. You know, I spent the bulk of my adult life professionally nurturing the Klamath, the salmon, and the Scott in the public lands and involved in the private lands as well. To see what I'm looking at right now just rips my heart out, honestly. It's unconscionable to me without mitigation that something like this is occurring. I've heard so much talk over the last 25 years about how important the native stocks are in our tributaries, but they're going to be dead. And that goes back to my concern about the tribs. What in the world is your agency going to do to rebuild those populations when they're gone?
So let me start off by saying that, can you guys hear me? Okay, great. So there is a plan. We're working on a plan. We understand exactly what you're talking about. It's been a warm, wet winter. Chinook are already coming out of the gravels. We're already detecting in our
Exactly. That's my point.
And we totally understand that. I don't have the plan in front of me right now. You know, we're still discussing that. We're also developing a plan for what to do with our hatchery fish when they're ready to be released as well. So I will get that to you as soon as possible. I'll get you additional information on that. I just don't have what the staff are formulating in front of me right now.
Well,
I want to just say, hey, we understand exactly what you're saying.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this. You know, you're looking at a regional collapse of an ecosystem here. And that's what I see through my scientific training. And I talked about a fallback. That's what I want to know what the fallback is on this, because it has the effect of far-reaching beyond the Klamath main stem to the rest of the region and the economy of the rest of the region.
Yeah, you know, let me just start off by just sort of addressing the idea that, you know, that this is a river of death, and that, you know, everything that we're talking about today, the elevated suspended sediment content in the rivers, the loss of the reservoir fish as we transfer from a reservoir to a riverine system, these were all impacts that were, you know, analyzed, evaluated, put through an environmental review process, permitted, disclosed. So when people say we have no plan, you know, we have incredible restoration plans for the reservoir. Oh, sorry, we have restoration plans developed for the reservoirs with extensive planning. I think we heard over 1 million acorns, and I don't know how many million seeds that have been collected. So the impacts you're seeing out there were not something that were unexpected. As a matter of fact, I think that KRC and the agencies planned well in terms of developing restoration plans, providing them to the public, during the FERC process. So a lot of the things we're talking about today, are understandably very upsetting, but I think at the same time, they were things that we have talked about, analyzed, discussed, and disclosed.
I understand that, and I don't want to diminish the impacts to Copco, but the greater region is my concern. And with the sole focus on the main stem over the year, with all those studies, and I have to correct you a little bit. I mean, I've been through all those studies, and they have been tailored, if you will, to limit a few things. There's no mention of a lot of things in those. What about the sturgeon in the river? I mean, all I heard about for years was the 100-year-old sturgeon in the river. Are they going to survive? Is there any plan? Never seen them mentioned. There's just so many questions in my mind that are just unanswered by the so-called science that's been done. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was with regard to money. Money in this project, we've been told money's no object, basically, to get this work done. And I can go back to when some of my employees worked on the Klamath Basin Fisheries Task Force. And I know the discussions that took place with the first EIS that came out and with the mitigation agreements. All that's been kind of flushed down the toilet. There was $250 million required in the trips for restoration. What happened to it with the science? Did it all of a sudden in the last EIS disappear because it was no longer an issue, or was it just dismissed? And you may not have the answer to that. I'm talking to my constituents here, basically, at this point. But those are my concerns. Those are my root concerns. Those are the things that rip my heart out every night. And I say I'm serious as a heartbeat. I am scared to death about what's going on right now from a regional perspective. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Supervisor Ogren?
I get the mic without, see, it doesn't even work. Okay. I thought I was going to get lucky and get the one without the cord. I can tell you he's upset because he texts me at 4:30 in the morning. I have a lot of the same concerns. I still want to ask you the question about the plan of the hatchery fish and what you know about that and when they're going to be released and if they're going to be released anytime this year and where in our river.
And they are going to be released this year. And our fisheries program is working with our hatchery program to develop that final plan. It'll look at turbidity, it'll look at DO, it'll look at suspended sediment. They haven't finalized that plan, so I haven't seen that plan to be able to talk to you about it. But as soon as it becomes finalized, I can also reach out to the board as soon as we get a timeline for when it's going to be finalized.
Okay. We've heard, this may be more of an observation than a question, but can you tell us what it looks like for an outlook of when this fishery, the salmon fishery, may come back into this river system?
So the goal is right now to use passive recolonization, to allow the fish to take time to get to. So we're looking at evaluating it for about 10 to 12 years, 3 to 4 cycles. And at that point, we'll get back together if it's not working out and figure out. But the intention and thought process is, within 3 or 4 generations, that 10 to 12 years process, that fish will begin to come back and start utilizing both the main stem and the tributaries.
Anything further?
That
was talking about salmon.
That's
Okay.
what I said. Yeah,
Okay,
salmon.
perfect. Yeah.
So, and that's begin to come back. So that's not when we're going to see like here comes these aren't big numbers. This
Well,
is like, we're
yeah.
going to begin to see things regenerate.
Well, I think that's an unknown because every year we have fish banging at the bottom of Iron Gate, wanting to go higher. And so we will also be operating the Fall Creek, not the Fall Creek hatchery, the Fall Creek hatchery for an additional 8 years. So that'll be there as well. It'll continue to produce Chinook salmon and coho salmon, and we give the presentation I think at the last supervisors meeting. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. So.
And that is anybody looking at like the international fishery and what that does to determine what our fisheries look like?
So that's a separate process from my program. The whole looking at marine fisheries, in-stream developing regulations. Developing in-stream regulations. I don't actually do that part.
Because that does have an impact on what returns to our river system.
Yeah, the commercial fishery,
Absolutely.
the recreational fishery. And I can follow up more, get more information on you, or perhaps get somebody to talk about how that's all figured out. I just don't have that information.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Valenzuela?
Yeah, just one. So there was obviously a deer stuck in the mud. You said would you consider what you guys did an immediate response to that event? In other words, bringing in more resources to prevent that?
I think the first deer being stuck in the mud, we did have resources out there. We had our game wardens. They cover a large amount of area. We also have they're not district biologists anymore, but they're district biologists. They cover a district like part of Siskiyou County and part of Modoc. And we also have our wildlife interaction biologists. So between them, the time we get a call, we can respond fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I think in this instance, because we understand the importance of the deer and we want to respond, we've provided even more staffing to be able to respond as quick as possible, as well as the daily patrols that we're doing along the edges of Copco. Yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I understood that this was not unexpected, something like this would happen.
There was always an expectation that wildlife would be interacting with the mud.
Okay.
I think the deer right away was probably unexpected that would happen so quickly. I think the fact that we haven't had any of the impacts since then, and I'm not a wildlife biologist per se, but what we probably had is a situation where you had more of a residential deer population around Copco. You see me driving around the front lawns. There's still 8 or 9 that are over there at the end of Copco Lake. I don't want to say Copco Village. So they're still over there. And so, during the initial drawdown, those deer are probably the deer that if they get spooked, they're going to head towards the reservoir. And in this instance, they did, and it's very unfortunate. But since then, we haven't seen the wildlife in distress or stuck in the mud, and we haven't had any calls, to our line that we man 7 days a week and check over the weekend. So,
okay, thank you.
Supervisor Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Question I have some questions on the hatchery and this production, but I understand you're still looking at stuff up. Fish Bulletin 150 said some stuff, but there's more I know to it. The amount of fish that were produced originally at Fall Creek Hatchery. A question from the public was access points to the river. Mm-hmm. So the parcel B lands, Wildlife Conservation Board will be purchasing those, or purchase those, and then that will be transferred over. What's the plan for access for locals around here for accessing the lake, or the river?
So if I heard the question correctly, I have not heard that WCB was purchasing parcel A lands, which are a separate set of lands that is not the reservoir footprint. I think it's what Pacific Corp is intended to keep. What we're going to get, or an entity is going to get, is the parcel B lands, which is the reservoir footprints and sort of the hydroelectric region reach. And that will either come to us or another entity. As the board is, identified, you wrote a letter in terms of the Shasta Indian Nation being that potential entity. There are other entities out there. And at that time, we'll be working with whoever's moving forward, but we can't really talk about access or management because we don't even know who that future entity is yet.
All right.
But I do want to point out once again, and I went through it fairly quick. I'm not super great with bullets, as you probably noticed when I read the first part of my discussion today. But we are going to be putting a recreational site at Fall Creek. We'll have one at Iron Gate, and we're also going to expand the Copco Day use area. And those will be on parcel B lands, but they will be open to the public. And I guarantee the department's probably going to be maintaining those unless another entity would like to take that over. So and those will be open to the public.
I share the concern of my colleagues for the tributaries, for them not taking the bulk of criticism. You know, if there is a form of out migration or in-migration. I'll leave that at that. For the fishery number, opening up all these potential miles of habitat, there has to be an end number, an end goal. You heard me say this at the Klamath ESA meetings.
I think I got answered asked this question at my first special board meeting for Klamath by you guys, by the board, and the answer is, you know, right now we just don't know, because unfortunately we don't know what it's going to look like. You know, when the river gets to where it is, we start seeing how much spawning gravel's there, how much rearing habitat's available, how that's going to change over the next 3 to 4 years. So I just simply can't give you a number of we're good at 7,500, or we think there's going to be 10,000 utilizing this, or 400 in Shovel Creek right now.
Yeah, I know that's a big number, because, you know, for entities, it's this ever perfection.
Oh, absolutely.
Ever perfection of one more, two more. So it could be, there's a point where that number has to acquiesce to what can be accomplished. The last question I have is in regards to the revegetation. This would be a sweet spot, unfortunately, for a canyon fire. There's, I believe, 3 volunteer firefighters on the Copco Fire Department. 4. Oh, awesome, you guys. So 4 firefighters in the Copco Fire Department. Easily 2 could be gone. So those fuel breaks and the maintenance of those fuel breaks could prove critical, because by the time the Hornbrook will get up here, or Cal Fire Hornbrook, it's a bit of a drive and safety reasons. So
yeah, and I would
the vegetation management and fuel breaks and maintenance of those vegetations.
And I would probably answer this more of less of a parcel B question, but more of a landscape level question, knowing that, you know, fuel breaks have to be placed strategically in order for them to be successful.
Yeah.
So, you know, if there's planning going on, or discussions, or already a, you know, fuels reduction fuel break map that's out there, or a fire safe council, you know, that can provide additional information to the department about where there would be suitable fuel breaks, and if they were included in part of parcel B lands, we can include that in our discussions with entities, as well as if we keep it as a state. So, and I don't know what type of fuel break, if you're talking about just defensible space behind people's homes at 60 feet and it's mowed grass, or if you're talking in actually like a shaded fuel break where you're just removing all the trees under 8 inches DBH and limbing everything up and removing all the understory. So I think what I'm trying to say is, I think there's a larger discussion there. I think we just need to get more information from the people that are concerned about what the fuel break issue is.
All right. I'll probably ask that question in the next presentation too. Right. Thanks, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, are there any adult fish, steelhead, salmon in the system right now that are being harmed from what's taking place?
Yeah, if there were steelhead in the system right now, and there's steelhead in the system, you know, I think as it was identified, you know, there were lethal and sublethal effects to fish downstream of Iron Gate and Copco during the drawdown process.
And so,
but sorry,
go ahead.
So I'd like to also just identify that, going back to the river of death concept, and understanding that I am not denying, the department's not denying that, of course, during drawdown, incredible amount of sediment was released, there was DO issues, but at the same time, there's so many tributaries that have the confluence where fresh water is coming in, the fish can get into, they can get into the actual tributaries themselves. So at a time when I know you see the water and it's brown and it's got an odor to it and everything like that, also keep in mind that there is refugia all the way down the system, where not only juvenile fish that adult fish can get into during this time period, and also as fish are coming out of the gravels, coming out of places like the Shasta and Scott. Oh, sorry, coming out of places. It's hard.
You can pull it up too if you want. Pull it out of that thing.
Coming out of the systems, you know, the same instincts that say, "Hey, I need to get into fresh water, and I'm sensing it over here." The juvenile fish that are coming out of the tributaries right now in the Shasta Scott, if they're, you know, first of all, we're counting them at our rotor screw traps. That doesn't mean they're actually exiting the system, but if they're getting there towards the mouth, that same instinct is probably going to tell them, "I don't want to go into that." So they're probably kegging up in that area right now. So we're trying to figure out ways to determine that with our.
Are you monitoring that?
We are monitoring it. We're trying to figure out how you would monitor, because we have a rotary screw trap.
Right.
And so we run it every day and it catches fish. But the Bismarck Brown, which is a dye you put on a fish so that you can do recapture methodology, where you take some fish, you put them above the rotary screw trap, and you get efficiency to then do a population estimate, it doesn't last long enough. So we don't know if we're catching the same fish that are circling around. So we're trying to figure out a way to do that so we can effectively come up with a population estimate. So
Okay. There isn't a smolt release going out currently?
there will be a coho smolt release from our Fall Creek Hatchery.
About when?
I want to say that's May. It goes back to that table. I forgot that we don't
Okay.
have cell phone coverage that I'll get. And then
Okay.
just so you're aware, it's in Chelsea's mailbox. I also did send the draft regulations for the proposed fishing that's going from the Fish and Game Commission meeting, which is consistent with the presentation I think we gave like 3 or 4 board meetings ago with Morgan.
And is Cal Fish and Wildlife monitoring water quality?
You know, we're not monitoring water quality other than we have, you know, DO meters, not DO, we have temperature meters like on our rotary screw traps and stuff, as well as temperature sensors throughout the system. But we don't typically measure suspended sediment or anything like that. And we're not measuring or looking at heavy metals either.
So the 5 new positions that have been put on the Klamath, are any of those available to be doing something like that? Because this is kind of a once in a lifetime event.
You know, I am of the understanding that the amount of monitoring that's going on between the USGS gauging stations, the 8 grab samples, the samples that are also being taken by RES as part of the Klamath renewal efforts is pretty extensive. So I don't know what additional information we would be gathering.
Are you getting that information?
We get that information provided to us through the Aquatic Resources Group. We're not seeing the raw data yet, but we do get updates in terms of what the expected conditions will be, what they are, how DO is looking for points in the river.
Okay, and so how are we doing with the negotiation with Chelsea for the county, and the no harm clause, as I guess where I'm looking for that 3 years hence, if there's no returning spawners, that those in our area won't be held responsible for that.
Right, that has we're drafting a response. It's coming to the county, and it should be here.
Okay,
so it's moving forward.
Okay, and with regard to what Supervisor Chris brought up about the end goal, I understand you don't have that yet, but is that equation being placed in planning?
In terms of what type of planning, just
An end goal, 500 fish, whatever it is, 1,000 fish, we're done.
You know, I don't have the answer to that question in terms of
understood, but I mean, is that part of the equation of what's going on in planning future?
I think it's too early to know what we would be planning for about available habitat.
I don't want a number.
I'm saying is this, so I mean,
I'm
I think
just saying,
we all would be able to map if we had access. You know, we could figure out how much spawning available rearing habitat there was.
I'm just hoping it's part of the dialogue.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
All right. And then lastly, are you potentially going to truck some of these smolts out?
You know, that's part of that discussion that's going on right now that Supervisor Ogren asked about, that plan of what we're going to do. Obviously, you know, water quality conditions, DO, suspended sediment, temperature will help drive that discussion.
Okay. I have one more public comment from Crystal, I think it's Maxwell, is that right?
In the meantime, is it possible somebody can close the drapes? I'm getting blinded.
Let me be useful for you, Wendy.
There you go.
Get out of your wig or something.
That's better.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Crystal Maxwell from Copco Lake. So far, I got here, like I said, later today. So far, almost every speaker has been making it sound a lot less disastrous than it is. Just like he just was talking about the deer or a deer. The first ones that I know of that were killed was a mom and a baby. Okay, so it wasn't just one. There's been multiples. The other day, I heard 7 gunshots in a row. Next thing you know, here goes Fish and Game. So they're killing left and right. It's not just 1 or 2 things. It's a lot. And it really is irritating that Fish and Game that are supposed to be taking care of these animals did not have the audacity to put out water for them. They are going to need water to live. So obviously they are going to go through the mud so they can get to the water. That's why they're dying, because you didn't prevent it when you should have. Greg Jeter cut these barrels, and we put water out for them. And it's not just like 9, like was mentioned, 8 or 9 deer around here. We have, no kidding, in our yard, 10 to 15 morning and night. Okay. And usually you see deer all over. I have seen 2 deer in the past week that I can honestly say I've seen. But it's really irritating that it was not that's supposed to be their priority is wildlife, and the one thing they need, water, was not put out there. That we had to do it. And also, why is no one being prepared for this meeting? You guys keep asking for data, and I'm not here. It's always, oh, I can't get to, I don't know that, and this is what we've been going through for years. Some of these people have been fighting this for 25 years, and I've only been here almost 4 years, and I can honestly say I have not gotten answers to 75% of my questions. So I don't understand why this project was even gone through when they can't even answer simple questions.
Thank you. Donnie, is it Fontaine, maybe? I'm not. Danny, I'm sorry.
Danny Fontaine, Copco Lake resident. My question was about the parcel B lands that you mentioned. You said it's a possibility that they could be transferred eventually from the state to another entity. And my question is, couldn't it be possible in that transfer that there is a clause that they can't disallow public access in the transfer of it? I mean, I plan on, I'll go down there anyway, I don't care, but it's an open-ended, kind of causes some insecurity with the residents out here not knowing what will happen with it. There's just undetermined. So I was just wondering if in the transfer, if there could be a clause that they have to allow public access.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Back to you, and then we're going to move on to the next item.
Okay, great. Yeah, you guys are probably tired of me. I apologize
No,
for
it's
talking
fine.
so much, but just the 2 questions that were just brought up, just I just go to the parcel Bs first. California National Resource Agency is leading that effort, but I can pass that information on regarding that. The second regarding the deer, and I don't want people to think that anybody in the department, we didn't get into this profession because we don't like Fish and Wildlife Resources, and I don't want anybody in this room to think that the loss of a deer isn't important to the department or the 10 deer is somehow inconsequential. That being said, this is deer winter range, and deer are unevenly distributed across this entire landscape, thousands of acres, utilizing different habitats. There's additional water sources from all tributaries and other locations. So I just want people to understand that we see deer here, but they're also spread throughout this entire area. And when the EIR looked at, wildlife impacts, one of the things it identified as a long-term benefit of this project was the increase of over 1,400 acres of winter deer habitat, and also the increased habitat connectivity and corridor connectivity that deer that are moving to and from this area will be able to utilize now that in large locations the reservoir isn't there. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harris. We're going to move on to item 4F, Office of Emergency Services.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Brian Schnoney, Director of Emergency Services for Siskiyou County. So I was asked to speak today on behalf of the whole kind of what we've been doing. So we've been taking a very proactive approach pre, during, and post project. We've worked alongside of KRRC with their emergency action plan to help develop any pieces that were really needed and any shortfalls that we saw. One of the limiting factors that we did see is that we, as in the basically in our world, sheriff, fire, emergency management, we have a very set jargon that we speak. So we worked with that team and the contractors to build a user-friendly FEMA ICS course, so 100, 200, giving them the basic idea of what we do and how we talk and what is required from us once a call goes over the radio. So we worked with them. Along with that, we were able to help really set forth what we needed to see in the emergency action plan, or the EAP. So that was a critical point that we saw basically pre, during, and this will also move toward the post as well. One thing for the community is that the evacuation protocols have always been a top priority for us through warning and alerts. Updating any of our Zone Haven / Genesis products that we use. And then one of the new things that we were able to do alongside that is with AI is to help identify any of the roads that have been damaged or changed, any area. So the whole idea that the lake is no longer there, that's been a huge access point for us with AI and developing that. So that's been something very important to us. And then also another product that we use for the county is ArcGIS. So floodplain mapping has been very important for us. So understanding there's estimations that we need to look at, but also knowing that FEMA, who's in charge of that, is going to do post dam removal floodplain mapping. So with AI, we were able to do a lot of estimating right now, especially with the coming months and the coming winter, especially with these atmospheric rivers. So that's where Siskiyou County OES is at, understanding that there is a concern. We're treating this just like we would with any other part of our county. So it's something that is on our radar. We've made sure that our plans are updated, our emergency action plans within the county are updated, and then we are also in a hazard mitigation plan rewrite, and we will be reaching out to the county as well, or I'm sorry, to the residents here, as long with the fire department, to understand that there's going to be some changes as well.
Okay.
And pending any questions, I'll bring up Sheriff LaRue.
So let's bring up Sheriff LaRue, and then I'll go to the public comment
Sounds good.
on this subject.
I was told I have to fix these blinds first. Is that good? Get the cracks? Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Sheriff LaRue, can you hear me? We're good back there? Okay. I know this microphone's a little finicky. A couple things. I wanted to just let everyone know here that, you know, I've said this before during fires. Everyone has a unique story, and it's something that keeps me up at night because, you know, as sheriff, but just as a fellow human being, you know, I care for you and what you're going through. And it's hard to kind of understand all the things because I know there's so much going on. But you do have a network of support in the county. You have your supervisors, you have staff, and then you have the sheriff's office. And so don't ever think that you can't reach out to us, no matter what. So we're here for you. I want you to know that, and I want that to be real between us. Because we have to live through this, not the exact same, but we can get through this together. So with that, I think that one of the biggest challenges that I'm hearing, and at least for me, has been communication. Hasn't been the best with, I want to say, you know, and again, this isn't out of disrespect, but with the folks at KRRC and those that are involved, it's been hard to get clear messages, not only to my staff, but just to the, you know, fellow community members. And so if you're still here and you're hearing me, better communication would be very helpful in trying to get information out so that people don't have all these questions and feel as though they're not being heard. So I hear you. I understand exactly the frustration. So it does appear to be a little bit sloppy for my taste, in keeping up with current events. And so the sheriff's office has a lot of components to it. Public safety is a big one. We'll talk a little bit about traffic, or I will. But you know, what's unique, I think, about the sheriff's office is we have to deal with so many different things. The things that keep me up, the things that keep everybody up, is the things about the animals. That, and granted, we have our other departments here, Fish and Wildlife, but for me, I have to think about animals. I think about flooding. I think about fires, anything natural disaster related. I think about your livelihood, your property. I think about how long is it going to take to see things change. I think about fish now. So the reason I throw all that out there is because even though, you know, the sheriff's office think of we arrest people, but we do a lot more than that. And so all that out there, you know, we have to process and figure out how we can better serve everyone here and in this community. And so I don't always get the information answered the same way that you guys don't. So I feel for you there. But I want you to know the thing that I'm frustrated with you as well. And I'm not supportive of this. And in a sense, it doesn't really matter what I think, but I'm throwing that out there because I think it's important that you know that. But I don't want anything to be restricted for you when it comes to public right-of-ways, public roads. And so just recognize that I have to filter everything, whether it's requests from the folks that, from KRRC and beyond. I want to make sure it doesn't infringe on anything. Okay, there are property issues that we've discussed a little bit here, but also recognize that I don't believe in shutting roads down unless the only time we would do that is if it's, you know, an evacuation scenario, God forbid. But I'm not going to play the game of, in a sense, being weaponized as law enforcement to sort of, you know, shut down a project because you have a right to be in public places. So just remember that. There are some concerns, though, with regard to the property, such as the mud. So aside from all of the, you know, legal aspects of this, I just want you guys to be sure that you understand that I don't want you guys getting hurt or getting stuck or beyond, whether it's mud or anything else. So safety first. So just keep that in your minds as you're out and about. And if you do see something that's dangerous, please report it to us. Because I can get that either to the right people, because again, we don't want anything to be compromised with regard to safety. No matter who's at fault, we don't want anybody getting hurt. So that's the primary thing. So I heard a few things earlier about crimes. So if you see something, whether it's vandalism or theft, please report it to us, because we will respond. The issue will always be is, do we know about it? Sometimes people don't call us, so just recognize that. Sometimes we don't hear these reports, whether it's vandalism or theft. So please help us out and report that. One thing regarding traffic, the California Highway Patrol, which is here, not to put them on the spot, but they're great partners and they do help us tremendously. So traffic on county roads is primarily handled by them. We work very closely with them, but just recognize that if there are traffic complaints, they go through their office, and we can help with that. We'll help facilitate that. That doesn't mean that we don't handle traffic and can't do it. It just happens to be their primary jurisdiction, if that makes sense. So we want to make sure we get them involved as well. That's why I said they're really good partners. Because if there are unsafe vehicles, whether it's speeding or people stopped in the roadway, it doesn't matter who it is. We need to know about them so we can address them with the right people and have better conversations. Because again, we don't want people getting hurt. So I could probably go on and on, but the main thing, we're a full service sheriff's office, so we're here for you, and we want to make sure that you're safe. I work very close with Brian and of course CAL FIRE to ensure that during emergencies, whether it's again fire, flood, and beyond, that we are good collaborators and partner to make sure that people get out safely. And we do a great job at that, and we always have you in mind. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
So if you two want to just kind of hang out there, I've got a couple of public comments. Theo, Eric is here? Okay, sorry. And do you want to speak to the next item as well, or just this one? Okay, go ahead.
I'm Erica Silvestro. I'm the principal / superintendent at, oh goodness.
You can pull it off there as well if it's easier.
Oh gosh, okay. I'm the principal / superintendent at Bogus Elementary. Yep, there's a school out here. And my concern is the big rigs on the road at the same time as our school bus. Poor Tom Deeney. I've been bugging him at the county office, and I've called sheriff and highway patrol and contacted KRRC. But unfortunately, it's been since the beginning of the school year. It started with the dredging machines, then just, all kinds of big rigs. And what's happened is our bus has gotten run off the road countless times with children on it. We've lost mirrors, tires. It's just really scary for the kids. And we have parents who won't send kids on the bus anymore. And we've tried, but we always kind of get the runaround. Oh, it's the contractors. Well, can I get a contact for the contractors? Well, we can't give that out. So I'm not really sure who to address it to or where the complaint should go. But I do know like log trucks aren't allowed on roads during certain hours. So we're just kind of asking that same law be applied to the big rigs out here. Because as everyone drove up here, it's not a great road. There's no painted lines past the school. And our bus does come all the way up here. And so it just is it's a big safety issue for our kids. So we were just asking that big rigs are off the road from 7:30 to 8:30 and 2:30 to 3:30 while our bus is on the road.
Thank you. Chrissy, I have you down for this one.
I'm good.
Okay. Sheriff I'm sorry. Oh.
Yes, so next we have
CAL FIRE?
No, not CAL FIRE, local fire.
Oh, local
Fire Chief
fire, okay.
Francis.
And
then CAL FIRE.
Before you come up though, do either one of you want to address what we just heard? That's a first
So-
for me, so that's kind of concerning. And
It is very concerning, yes. So I will speak with CHB before we leave and find out a game plan, because yes, that's super unsafe and dangerous. We shouldn't be having that. As far as the timelines and things, or the timeframes, we'll look into that more specifically. But yes, we want to make sure that people, again, are safe. So
Right.
I'll address that.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I just,
Sure.
because I was under the impression that all the construction was on Copco Road, not Edgar Beswick. And I believe the school is on Edgar Beswick, if I'm not mistaken. And I would tell you this, my previous telephone experience, people always go flying through that road. And I've been almost run off the road back in the day. So I want to say it's not construction traffic, it's more a lot of everyone else's traffic.
Is Erica, are you still here?
But maybe
Yeah.
maybe someone from the KRC or whatever can
Follow up.
validate that, because
Yeah.
Well, she mentioned big rigs specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will say, regardless of where the vehicles are from, it's
Right.
still an issue, and we'll address it.
Okay. All right. Chief Gill.
Hello, I'm Francis Gill. I'm the fire chief of Copco Lake Community, and also one of the board members of the community club. A lot of the stuff I was actually going to talk about has been touched on already by the sheriff. The construction traffic, just to shed a little light, some of it is Trees Inc., which aren't related to the project, but they have a heavy presence out here right now. And then as far as the like the project vehicles parked along the road, you know, it's not necessarily work related, as like an overflow parking situation on one corner of Patricia. And unfortunately, it's one of the worst corners on Patricia. It's a very tight corner and a very narrow corner. And when they're parking their vehicles there, they do have a tendency to leave about a quarter of the vehicle out in the roadway on that corner. So, but that's something we can probably talk to the Yurok tribe about, because it's at that specific location, and they're part of the re-veg crew. So they have a lot of people working there now, but it is a really bad parking place. It's pretty sketchy. Big rigs and stuff. I mean, with the wells on Patricia, the issue we had with the wells, there have been some trucks coming up, water trucks, semis going up and down Patricia. Between them, Trees Inc., the spectators coming out to the lake, there is a lot of vehicle in the roadway situations happening right now. So I don't know that it's necessarily like a law enforcement situation, but it's definitely a public safety issue for us. So it's something that needs to be addressed either by the community or in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department and the Highway Patrol. And then I wanted to talk about the mud, which you touched on. Just some word that you can spread to people is there is virtually no public access to Copco Lake. Almost everything is through private property. So just please don't trespass on people's property to try to access the reservoir footprint. Please definitely do not go driving out there right now. There are some trainings and equipment that's being acquired for mud rescues, but you know, there's only 1 or 2 helicopters available to show up for a hoist. You get out in that cold mud and you're out there for an hour or 2, you're going to be hypothermic. It's going to be a serious situation. So please try not to go out into the mud. That's all we can ask too, especially not with your vehicles. And then if anybody sees wildlife, there are numbers to call. They've been posted on Facebook, but you guys can always call me if there's any issues with wildlife or the Sheriff's Department or CAL FIRE. I'm trying to think what else. Just
Is Mallard Cove still in LZ?
oh, thank you. So what I'd like to ask the supervisors for help with is Mallard Cove launch ramp has always been one of our primary landing zones for medevac helicopter landings. The state's plan right now is to remove that entire, excuse me, to remove that entire area. And without it, we don't have a central location to land helicopters. We'll basically have here behind the firehouse or all the way up at the top of what they call Portuguese Hill. So that landing zone is a strategically placed landing zone. And so maybe I can get the county's help in contacting the right people from the state.
And who's shutting it down per se?
Well, it's part of the state property because it's below the high water line.
Okay.
And so their intention,
So it's
the last we heard is
parcel B.
Yeah. And the last we heard was the intention was to just, you know, disassemble that area and return it to the wild or whatever. So that would be a strategic medical evacuation area for
Okay.
us.
Chelsea, you picked that up, and Mr. Harris, did you pick that up as well? Thank you. Okay.
So if there's no other questions, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
CAL FIRE?
I'm going to hold this so you guys can hear me.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Greg Roth. I am the unit chief for the CAL FIRE Siskiyou unit and the General County Fire Warden. When this project started to move forward, the CAL FIRE Siskiyou unit was tasked with engaging with the Klamath River Renewal Corporation and planning for fire mitigation efforts that we could implement with the loss of the lake and would be the river. We started meeting with them and having those talks, and some of those mitigation efforts that were implemented are aerial access points on the river so that our firefighting aircraft have a spot to dip water out of, both here in the Copco Lake footprint and also the Iron Gate Lake footprint, as well as river access points in which we can get our equipment down to the river and draft water out of it to our engines and firefighting equipment. There was a spot, both the Oregon side and California side have wildfire alert cameras or cameras in which we can see wildfires on, and the Oregon side actually has a detection program in which they pick up new starts and send equipment to, and there was a hole identified here in Siskiyou on the Klamath River corridor, and so a wildfire alert camera was placed on Paradise Craggy, kind of outside of Wairika near McDowell, where we could look both upriver and downriver in that area. Some of the wildfire alert cameras that ODF has on their side already look into the Copco area, so that wasn't needed for coverage. I know that it was brought up about the donations to the Siskiyou County Chiefs Association, and there was a donation of equipment to the Siskiyou County Chiefs Association, and the Chiefs Association worked with the other county chiefs in allocating that equipment, and I'll go over that with you, what was allocated. So this was a donation from the Klamath River Renewal Corporation to the Chiefs Association, and it was 8 aluminum framed 3,000 gallon tanks, which we can take out and set up where they're needed for either drafting out of or being able to like chain water tenders to, so that we have some sort of water source at a location. And those were placed at the Copco Fire Department, the Hornbrook Fire Department, the Montague Fire Department, the Klamath River Fire Department, South Wairika, the Cal Fire Wairika headquarters, the Happy Camp Fire Department, and McDowell Cal Fire to cover the backside of the area here. 1 dump trailer for chips for fuel reduction, a flatbed truck to haul that trailer as well as other trailers, 2 3,600 gallon water tenders that were placed at the Montague Fire Department and the South Wairika Fire Department. And the reason that the Chiefs Association decided to place them there was because of staffing, adequate staffing and adequate drivers to be able to respond those. There was 4 copter dip tanks that were purchased, and are currently 3 of them are at the county yard, and 1 of them is at the Siskiyou County Airport. There were 4 fire pumps, 4 gated Y valves, and 20 50-foot lengths of 2.5-inch fire hose that was placed in a trailer that is housed at the Wairika headquarters, Cal Fire headquarters, so that it can be driven to wherever it's needed. There is a 15-inch drum tripper on order, and most recently, the Chiefs Association was able to get 3 2,500 gallon water tanks, water holding tanks, to be placed at the Copco Patricia Station for fire use, as well as a pump to pump the water from those tanks into fire equipment. So that's an update of how CAL FIRE's been working with the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. CAL FIRE's also been working with our cooperators. We have what's called a rescue group in Siskiyou County, and it's made up of CAL FIRE personnel, the Hornbrook Fire Department, Copco, and surrounding fire departments, and it's a group that has highly trained people in both water rescue and rope rescue, and those are the people that you may have seen out here yesterday training in the mud. And they're collaborating and training for if somebody was to get stuck out there and if they had to effect one of those rescues. So as Supervisor Halp talked about, we are working on those backup plans of what's plan B. If something happens, how do we get to people? So the other thing that we've done is that CAL FIRE has, over the past 3 years, had a exclusive use helicopter here in Siskiyou County. And that's a Type 1 helicopter. It's a big Black Hawk. You may have seen it. It has a bucket underneath of it that drops water on fires. And we plan on hosting that helicopter here again. One of those tanks that I talked about earlier is placed out at the airport, and we've been filling that with water to ensure when that helicopter lifts off, we can go and get a bucket immediately and take it to the fire with us, especially on this side of the freeway. So in most times, the helicopter comes over a fire and has to find a water source, dip out of it, and then go to the fire. This allows that helicopter to bring it with us, immediately get water on the fire, and then find that location. We're also, I heard about fuel breaks. It's definitely on our radar, and I can tell you from the unit's perspective, we'll definitely work with Fish and Game as well as the local community, because you guys have a lot of fire knowledge here. You've had fires before in your backyard, I know, because I was here. And so, as well as our fire safe councils on the needs for fuel reduction around your community, where those fuel breaks make sense, where shaded fuel breaks closer to your communities make sense, and also access and egress is going to be important for our fire equipment trying to get in, as well as you guys trying to evacuate. So CAL FIRE, just to reiterate, CAL FIRE's goal is to suppress all unwanted fires at 10 acres or less. That hasn't changed. We do that through aggressive initial attack, which we're going to continue to do. And CAL FIRE Siskiyou unit and in cooperation with Siskiyou County will continue to serve and safeguard the people of Siskiyou County and protect the property and resources of California.
Thank you. Anything from the board? Supervisor Howe?
Just a quick question, Greg. Thank you. When do you anticipate being able to update the dip coordinates for the helicopters for emergency response in the county along the newly exposed river?
I don't have a time frame. As you know, I've just taken this position,
Yeah, I know.
and I definitely plan to engage. In fact, I was just talking to Susie Brady, my PIO, about reaching out to the KRC about figuring out where those locations are when they're going to be implemented, as well as those access points.
Okay.
Supervisor Oberon, anything? Nope. Nope. Supervisor Chris?
Just one question. Chief Gill, would you mind coming up? Sure. I'm not inquisiting you or anything like that. You're my boss, actually. So, Mr. Gill, could you explain for our state and KRC partners, the partners working on this, that with the fire hydrants that do exist in the community and the deficiencies there are with them?
Sure. So only this part of the community, about Ager Beswick, about straight across down into this part of the community and down to the end of the paved area of Copco Road, has fire hydrants and they're supplied from the Mutual Water Company, which is a spring-fed source, so not directly impacted by drawdown. The rest of the lake, like all of Patricia and the rest of Edgar Beswick, there are no hydrant systems. So we had key drafting locations that we could access the lake from. Mallard Cove launch ramp was one of them. The store dock is another one, and then there's a few accesses like easements between people's houses here and there that used to go down right to the lake shore that we could get a water tender down and draft from. And we have lost all of those locations as far as draftability. So, and as far as the tanks that we're getting, I guess, from the Chiefs Association or from CAL FIRE, I don't know when that's scheduled to be installed. I know I haven't had any communication in a month or two with anybody about it, but I know that it's still in the works. But if we get that, we'll have about 6,000 gallons of storage on Patricia that will need to be replenished by water tenders. But other than that, we don't have any other hydrant systems or water access.
Sure, the current hydrants you have, isn't it? If the neighboring department shuts it off too fast, it starts to bust pipes.
It's an aging system. It was built a long time ago, probably in the 60s. And if you do shut the hydrants off too quickly, you get a ratcheting effect, and it'll break the main line. So that will not only drain the 80,000 gallons of water storage that we have, but it'll not only shut down firefighting access to water, but it will shut down all the houses on the water system as well. Excuse me. So yeah, access has definitely been further limited to water sources for refilling water tenders.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
I want to follow up.
Sure, go ahead.
So years ago, Chief, I asked KRC to look from a mitigation standpoint at installing dry hydrants. Do you know where that went, or if that was just discarded, or what?
Well, so the two proposed sites for dry hydrants here on the lake, one was at Deer Creek, which is at the intersection of Patricia and Edgar Beswick, and the other one was at Beaver Creek, which is halfway around the lake. Logistically, both of those access points, whether it was not enough water to supply the hydrant or not enough turnaround space to get a truck in there and turn around, those issues were raised to KRRC, and at that time, the decision was made not to put any dry hydrants in this area because there really isn't a viable water source, a sufficient water source to supply those hydrants. You can see an example of one at Jenny Creek, and Jenny Creek has a lot more water than Deer Creek or Beaver. So no, we don't have any additional resources.
Thank you.
All right. I have one more public comment on this item. Holly Hansard, 3 minutes. How are you doing over there, Wendy and Anna? Okay.
Yes, Holly Hansard. I remember the fires here in 2014. I went right up to our backyard, my dad's backyard. So grateful to CAL FIRE and Copco Lake because of the quickness of the firefighting capability and ability with our body of water here. The McKinney fire I saw over our property in Wairika, helicopter after helicopter bringing water from presumably Copco Lake to fight the McKinney fire. And a couple months after the 2014 fire that lapped miraculously, didn't burn our community down, but it was definitely at our doorstep. I forget the name of that fire, but what was it called? Oregon Gulch fire. The Bulls fire came, and within an hour, burned my house to the ground and burned 150 structures, whatever the number is, residences, and that was the beginning of the California wildfire disaster in the cities. I was one that unfortunately wasn't able to get insurance before the fire, didn't certainly have insurance after the fire. I didn't qualify for anything, and to this day, I haven't been able to rebuild. Within an hour, speed, as you know, in these fires is a factor, especially with our conditions when it's dry, and especially in the city of Weed or anywhere where there's wind. So all these little things, which are great, you know, getting it, we can get it faster. I would like to give you guys just verbal notice that you and whoever's doing this is endangering the community to have drained this lake. You're endangering our Siskiyou County survival for fire danger. I would like to give you written notice, but I haven't done that yet. But I'm giving you verbal notice as a formal entity, and whoever will listen to this too, the state of California, Governor Newsom, whatever his name is, and Governor Brown, that what draining the dam and the destruction of the dam is a danger, fire hazard to our communities, not just at Copco Lake, but all across the North County. Thank goodness we still have Lake Siskiyou for South County. But from my personal experience and my personal hardship of losing my house and the miraculous job that they did in the Bulls fire, there would have been a lot more damage had it not been our CAL FIRE chief or whoever Darren Quigley's office was in the fast action after the Happy Camp fire that same year. But fortunately, last couple of years, last year and this year, we've had water, rain, but there was like a 7-year drought, however long. And there's still dry conditions. And when we talk about, okay, we can do all these things with a body of water like Copco Lake that often, thank goodness we had it. Thank goodness we can still have it by the grace of God. And please, let's everybody write their affidavits. And I'm giving you verbal notice, and we'll see if we can get some written notice, not to you personally, but just the whole thing. Thank you very much.
So just so that you are aware, Ms. Hansard, and the public, this board has little to do with this project altogether. We've been on the resident side of trying to protect our citizens to the best of our ability over the last 25 years and several $1 million that has come out of the general fund. So don't discount that, please.
Yes, we voted not to have it destroyed, but thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I'm going to move on to Public Works, the road commissioner. And Chrissy, I think I've got your phone up here. Somebody said, okay. All right. Good afternoon, sir. It's not evening yet.
Not yet. Good afternoon, board. Tom Deeney, Director of Public Works and Road Commissioner for Siskiyou County.
We have a presentation back there?
We do.
We do? Okay.
So the presentation that's up on the screen here is very similar to the one that I showed at the last special board meeting, but we do have updated photographs. They were taken February 1st, 2004, so a couple of weeks ago. The purpose of these photographs is to show the damage that's occurred to our roads during this project. There are several of them, and I will take my glasses off so I can talk you through what's going on each one of them. But you could see in this photo where we had done some patchwork last year, most of that is gone and the road's starting to turn into dirt. Next slide, please. This is another telling one where you could see there was a small blowout last year on the right-hand edge, and the road is returning to native condition all along that edge, and most of this damage is from heavy haul related to dam removal activities. Next slide, please. Here's another very bad one where you can see there was just a little chip on the right-hand side of the road starting in last year. And now that entire shoulder is gone. It's eaten into the median and approaching the other side. Next slide, please. This one's harder to tell because the picture was taken in the shade, but it's the same idea where the road has now been ruined all the way across the driving surface. Next slide, please. here you can see where the road was in poor condition. There's no disputing that, but now this entire section is beaten down into dirt. Next slide, please. This was a section where we took where there's just a little bit of minor damage, and the shoulder's just been eroded all the way out across the middle. Next slide, please. This is a section of road that was, once again, in rough shape when we started, but we have damage that goes from one shoulder all the way across to the other. Next slide, please. Same idea. You could see where we had done some early project patching on the 2023 slide on the right-hand side. And you can see the shadow of that left, but the road around it has been eaten away. Next slide, please. Once again, same idea, right? We had a road that was in poor condition, but minorly damaged, turning into a road that is in horrific condition and majorly damaged on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. And here's another one where we had some damage and the road's just eaten away for a good 100 yards. Next slide, please. Another example, we had some left-hand damage, and that damage is blown up to encompass the entire roadway. Next slide, please. And same idea, this road was in bad shape. Actually, it was in one of the worst pieces before the project started, and the bad area has just gotten much larger. Next slide, please. Here we had some road damage, and in the slide to the right, there's no road. It's been beaten into native material all through that, pretty much that entire stretch. Next slide, please. I'm sure everybody up here knows, but this is a slide talking about the damage at what we were calling milepost 13 on Copco Road, where the road fell into the lake. Next slide. You can see we had about a 3 to 4 foot gap in the roadway. It was broken off into 2 sections. Next slide, please. That's a drone picture of what had happened, and you could see where the water had been running out through the hillside. Next slide, please. That's a video. You can skip it. This is a picture of the repaired road on mile marker 13. The road surface is now even and flat, and Klamath KRRC did that repair after that catastrophic failure. And I believe that's the end of all my pictures. But there's a couple of things that I needed to stress before I open it up to questions. The county has not given up on these roads. In fact, I've had guys out there every month working. It's gotten to the point, the condition in these roadways, that I'm going to have to start doing major dig outs because I just cannot keep I can't keep the road from what's called pumping when a heavy rig drives over it and tries to compress the water, and it just ruins the road. So we're gonna have to do dig outs. We're looking at tasking this district with 1 week a month going forward working out here. And that's gonna be a big expense, but that's what we're gonna have to do to keep the roadway open. That's also going to hurt other roads in the district, because if I dispatch a crew, one of my district crews, to just this road 1 week a month, that means they're not going anywhere else, right? That's going to be the job. The road's in terrible condition, but we haven't given up. We're doing what we can to keep it moving. And then my one other point before we open this up to questions, I know KRC is here and listening. I'd like you to apply pressure to your contractors to slow down on these sections of road. People are flying through there, right? And just remind them to be respectful of the community that they're in. This isn't their driveway, right? They have to share this road with everybody else. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I have a couple of public comments. Crystal Maxwell.
Crystal Maxwell from Copco Lake.
As Erica had talked about earlier, the bus being ran off the road multiple times by big rigs. And yes, there are big rigs over here. They get lost a lot, and it's less now. But we had discussed this in another meeting about how many big rigs were getting stuck up here, and people were having to help them out. And just so happens at that meeting, a big rig got stuck, and he was here all day, and his contractor said, "Oh, you figure it out," because he was a subcontractor. And the guy ended up having to stay at Danny and Francis's because he had nowhere to go. Also, we had the bus being ran off. My best friend is a bus driver, okay? And the children were so scared because the big rig ran them off into the ditch, and they started videoing and taking pictures of it. And it has been multiple occasions. Like I said earlier, it's common sense. You have to have flaggers. You have to have people directing traffic if you're going to have that. There are no roads, there's no road markers here. So, and then when you have a wide load, you're supposed to have flaggers anyway. That's the law. You have to. And also roads, potholes. They are so bad. I just had to go buy another set of tires. I have had my tires 7 months. And the guy jokingly said, "Oh, what are you doing, hitting a bunch of curbs?" And then I was like, "No, our roads, because of all the big rigs and all the potholes." And he's like, "Yeah, that'll do it." Okay. And then he goes and tells me that I'm going to have to start getting alignments more frequently. And that's all coming out of my pocket. I'm disabled. I'm on Social Security. And 80% of my income went to buying new tires because they can't take care of the roads. Also, the sheriff had mentioned that they had not been called a lot of times, and I don't see him in here. They have been called many times, and they have done nothing. We had a situation here just last week, and they did nothing. We have called we keep getting the same thing. We can't see it because you're so far away. I understand they can't see it because they're so far away. But when we call and they're here 7, 8 hours later, they're obviously not going to see it. We are so far from town. We get that. But don't come saying that we're not doing something when we are doing it. And when they talked about the equipment, of us not getting equipment for the fire station, obviously, if we don't have the staffing to receive the equipment, obviously we need help. Danny and Francis cannot do everything. And when it takes 35 to 40 minutes for Hornbrook or Wairika to get up here to help, we're screwed. And one of the owners up here, he actually is pretty high up in the San Francisco Fire Department, and he was here at one of the last meetings, and he flat out told all the people that were here that they created a disaster because of one fire spark, and it's going to turn into an inferno and just go straight up that canyon.
I need you to wrap up, please.
That's it.
Thank you. Don Meamber. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Meamber from Montague. My wife Sheila and I have a cattle ranch over by Montague. We live just north of town and have a smaller ranch down by the river. Hello? Is it?
Yeah, there you
okay. Go. We purchased the ranch from my grandmother, Mrs. Prather, and she's a sister of John Christie Boyle, who built all these dams. He and the power company crew built Copco 1 and 2, and then when they built Iron Gate and J.C. Boyle Dam, Morrison Knudsen, international construction company, built those two. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. But what I want to talk about the roads. Over a year ago, when I started noticing a big end dump and belly dump trucks coming down Eager Road just north of Montague. I contacted my supervisor and I said, why are they coming down this way? Why can't they go down go to the freeway instead of wearing out the county road? I never heard back, so I don't know what you guys, if you can address that possibility, but I call one of my CHP friends and let him know when I see them, when they come down half a mile from town, it's a 45 zone and those trucks are going down before they hit the bridge. They look like they're going 75 to me. So you talk about the driving too fast up on the Copco Road. I think they're driving too fast there too. And I was talking to a friend last night and he said he's seeing damage on the road from Montague on up to Klamathon Bridge, where I think they should be going on over the freeway. Of course, they're gonna be turning up the rest of Copco Road to Hornbrook, but at least it'll save the rest of it. I just don't understand it. But is the state actually telling KRRC they can't go down the freeway because the loads are too heavy? I was hoping Tom could tell me.
Okay.
That's
Thank
all
you.
I have.
Go ahead. Yeah, if you want to address that. Yeah.
Do I have to say my name again?
No.
Okay.
We just us. We only have to say our name again.
So as far as loads not being permitted down the interstate, that is not the case. The heavy equipment that's coming down the backside here, so the backside, if you live in Wairika, I guess it'd be the front side to you guys. Those loads are coming down here by accident, as far as I can tell, because there is no advantage to get to either work site by going down Ager Beswick and then trying to come in through the back way. That was a huge problem, if everybody remembers, towards the beginning of the project. And KRRC and Kiewit did a good job of getting maps out to everybody, trying them to reroute them. But just like everything else, right? You're not going to get 100% compliance. You're always going to get the couple drivers who think that they know better, and they'll come up through the back way and get stuck. So that issue, from my point of view, is relatively solved. It does not mean that it's done. I don't have any ideas on how to get better compliance for those few drivers that are missing. Hopefully, with the stage that we are now in dam removal, we're going to see less equipment coming this way, even less, because a lot of it's going to be local work on site, right? Removing stuff and then moving it to the burial site. So the traffic getting stuck on this side of the project should be a thing of the past. And like I said, I agree. People are still driving way too fast, but sheriff's heard about it. CHP's here, they're heard about it. The easiest way to solve that problem is enforcement. Well, the easiest way is the guy holding the checkbook tells everybody to slow down. After that, the next easiest thing is enforcement.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Deeney from the board? Going once, twice. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to item H. We're okay over there to my right. We're going to kind of get through this. Community development. I can't go there. I've been there already. Sorry. Otherwise, I open the door for everybody. Good afternoon. Well, yeah, it's good evening, Mr. Dean.
Good evening. Board of Supervisors, Rick Dean, Community Development Director. There we go. Received a phone call from supervisors and also the CEO asking environmental health to do some sampling on the river as a means of checks and balances primarily. And there were some gaps that they were concerned that weren't being hit. So environmental health jumped on board and took action. Just briefly, I'll talk about our sampling protocol for this. To be consistent, these samples are going to be taken, have been taken, about a foot below the water column on the top, about 6 feet off of the shore, so we can have consistent results, consistent methodologies as we do these samples. First slide, and y'all have a handout there, so you don't have to wrench your neck, turn around here. It's basically a map from of the river, the sample locations. There were 6 location sites that were chosen, and I'll just kind of basically go through each of them. And Marie, if I can get the next slide, please. No problem. Okay, the first sample was taken at the Klamathon Wildlife Area, which is about 7 or 3/4 of a mile below the Klamathon Bridge. Next slide. So for each of our samples, basically the protocol is take the samples, label the samples, apply custody seals on them, and take a photograph of them in place. So you're just going to see this repeated throughout for each of the sample locations. Next slide, please. Site 2, 2-SH stands for snag hole. Those of you that are steelhead fishermen, you know where that snag hole is at. It's below the confluence of the Shasta River. Next slide. And the samples that were taken in that location. Next slide, please. Site 3 is located below the confluence of Beaver Creek. One thing with the sampling that we wanted to achieve was to take samples above and samples below the McKinney Creek influence from the fire damage there. So this site was chosen above Klamath River, below Beaver Creek. Next slide, please. And those are the samples. Happen to be a steelhead right there at the sample location. Not so much enjoying the new environment. Next slide. The fourth sample downriver is taken below the lower bridge of the Horse Creek Bridge there, that turnout area. Next slide. And again, samples in place. Okay, next slide. Slide 5 is downriver of Syad, about a half mile basically, well, 3/4 of a mile. River. Next slide. Samples, there they are, yippee-ki-yay. And the final and 6th is down at Happy Camp before you hit town there. There's Happy Camp Sewage Disposal. They have a site there where they have all their portable toilets and whatnot down there. And next slide. Okay, there you have it. These samples were taken on January 31st, and this first round is for heavy metal sampling. The results are here with the board. I'll just briefly kind of go through them. I'm not going to go through them in detail. However, there are some things that I can point out. One thing I want to mention too, and it's been brought up quite a bit today, is a reference to a drinking water standard. And I just want to say that a drinking water standard is not really the best metric. We're taking a look at, surface waters. Obviously, a drinking water is more from a well or from a spring, some type of source that's not so subject to the environment, so to speak. That said, it is kind of basically the standard that everybody goes by, right? So at the back of the sampling page there, you'll see the EPA limits for drinking water and also for the California standards, just for reference. In reference to the drinking standard, the samples that we took, clearly aluminum, iron, arsenic, and lead were above this standard. Things I'd like to point out is basically below the Horse Creek sample. the exception of the aluminum and the iron, the remaining constituents all drop below the drinking water standard. So that's primarily due to dilution, obviously, I think, of that. But that's just an important thing to note there, I think. Further sampling, we have also taken other samples on the 6th. They're still at the lab. We'll be looking at all the other major constituents that were basically mimicking the sampling that was done at the reservoir, previous studies. And it's a breadth of 49 other analytes, dioxins, PVCs, the list goes on. Those results should be getting into from the lab on Friday. Spoke with Chelsea Murphy. We will be putting all of our lab results on the internet for all to see as soon as they come in. So there's that. Before I move on to the next topic, just in recent conversation, listening in, I think obviously this river is 200-mile stretch of river. Primary jurisdiction is under the Fish and Wildlife, and just really think that it's very short-sighted that Fish and Wildlife has not taken on a comprehensive sampling effort for this, and I think it would be much better in the hands of them to do a complete sampling program to analyze this, right? This is the largest dam removal in the United States of America, and we need to learn things from this, right? I'm sure other dams are on the ticket in the future. So,
Are you talking federal, U.S., or Fish
well,
and Wildlife, or state, or both?
Yeah, state has the jurisdiction of the waterway, right? Well, California, and then once you hit into Oregon, but the Klamath River ties into Crescent City, correct? Also, it's state of California all the way down to the mouth. So, any encouragement I think that we could apply to the state to do that comprehensive sampling, I would suggest. Okay. So that's the end of our sampling program. The other thing I was asked to speak about were the wells, and there's been quite a bit of conversation about the wells already. Here's a reference for everybody to see here off of Patricia Avenue. The well on the left-hand side is the community water system that we regulate with environmental health. It's a small state system. There were, I believe, 13 lots that were approved for that, 12 of which have been built on, and some of which are occupied now. That well during construction was 152 feet. At the time of construction, the static water level was 69 feet. We're in direct contact with the hydrogeologist, Jonathan Williams, who was monitoring these wells, and basically they went to sound that. They got their gear hung up a couple times, but they were down to 135 and couldn't get and sound the well. So essentially it's dry. As been mentioned, KRRC has provided a water tank, 2,500 gallons, just tied into the system to temporarily serve the community homes there. On the other well there that's mentioned is dry. They were able to probe that to the bottom, hit mud essentially, so it is completely dry. The three other sites there are being monitored. To date, anyway, there's only been like 1 foot of difference in elevation from static level. So at least currently they're holding ground. Associated with these monitors, also have a couple wells that are being monitored on Mallard Cove and a few others that we're in direct contact with, just for conversation wise. Next slide, please. Just for reference, this is coming out of the State Water Board's EIR conversation with looking at the wells. So there are cross sections that come right through those two areas. Next slide. Just generally speaking, with the analysis that was done, right, they broke it down into 3 different areas of well health, I guess, if you want to call it. So essentially the wells that are drilled initially above the level of the lake are assumed to be healthy. Those that were drilled below the level of the bottom of the lake also are assumed to have a decent water supply. The wells that are targeted in the middle zone that were down to the reservoir level and below, down to the bottom of the reservoir, are the wells that are in question. In the report, 13 were cited. Mr. Branson spoke of 20, 22 that are at risk of going dry, and most likely will over time. So I'll just end with that. And just encourage that environmental health is at the ready to do well permitting for long-term solutions as soon as possible. And I will close. Any questions?
Okay, let me go to public here. Beatrice Leakins, is that right?
Beatrice Leakins, Klamath River. A lot of people from Copco here, not a whole lot of people from Beatrice Leakins, Klamath River, sorry.
It's okay.
Like I said, a lot of people from Copco here, which makes sense. You know, it's quite a drive. So I'd like to speak for my neighbors, me and my neighbors. And it has to do with the well. So question is actually very simple. So usually we do tests for the well water once every 2 years, pretty much. Now with all these, you know, except for knowing we have a gigantic disaster, you know, we live on the river. Our well is right there, just like a lot of other people. This costs a lot of money. A normal well test costs what? Between $50 and $300. Now, with all the metals that we have to test for now, well, that goes up to about $800 maybe. $375 right now at Nielsen because it's a promotion. But that's going to cost us a lot of money. Instead of once every 2 years, we will have to test the water maybe, I don't know, just throwing it out there once a month, once every 2 months, who knows? So many unknown. Yeah, is that going to be refunded? Who's going to pay for this? This is a lot of money we're talking about too for just people on the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Chrissy Reynolds.
Chrissy Reynolds, Copco Lake. So in regards to the water sampling, thank you. I'm just curious as to why there's no sampling being done above us since the J.C. Boyle Dam was breached, and then, you know, immediately our water quality diminished, and so you're doing sampling below us, but you're not doing sampling above us for water quality. And, you know, we live here, it would be nice to know for our health and safety. And then just in terms of some of the other things, I guess I'll have to talk to you privately since we're beyond those topics. We kind of kept moving along. And I appreciate everybody's extra time and attention to this. But, you know, just in terms of fire equipment that was given, I did go to the Fire Chiefs Association meeting. And I don't want to just rag, but that was probably the most humiliating experience I'd ever been to. I've never been treated so disrespectfully. The president of the Fire Chiefs Association called me Little Bit. I've heard enough from you, Little Bit. I've heard what you had to say. After making me stay through the entire meeting before I could just make a presentation. And I just want to say that it just seems like this is why there's a lack of public trust on our behalf, because I think all of the things that we've been asking for are reasonable, normal things, and our department certainly got overlooked. I'm glad that they're getting something now, but it's just par for the course. You're doing sampling below us. other departments are getting apparatus. Um, we're the first ones impacted, and yet we're the last ones to be considered. And this is why, in terms of the well monitoring, people weren't wanting to have people on their property to monitor their wells because there was no public trust. And the fact that the mitigation was that $5,000, and if you didn't agree to that, you couldn't go back for more. So there were conditions in place which caused lack of public trust for these issues.
Thank you. Crystal Maxwell? Some wells and the sampling that we're doing.
Real quick about the county roads you were talking about. The county said that they were going to make a sign so that the big rigs would not be coming up here, and that has never been done. Okay, now talking about well monitoring. Someone had made the comment about more people needed to do that. They were disappointed that we didn't do the well monitoring. Well, let's get a little bit of facts. We called, and the place that was provided to us was back ordered 6 months. So, and they gave us a deadline that we had to have that in place. If it's back ordered 6 months, we can't do that. We found another place that would do it, $3,000, and they did not monitor it. Then, when the whole statement was made that if your well went dry, they would give you $5,000. So we started doing a little research on our own. We called 12 different places that deal with wells, and no one in Oregon can come help us because they don't have California permits. There's only one guy anywhere near in Hornbrook that does a well, and he's got over a year waiting list, and he's older and he wants to retire. So then the closest was Redding. $50,000 just to get the equipment up here, $75,000 to drill deeper. And he said, if you don't hit water, then we got to start another drill. So just to get the equipment up here and to see if they can get water in your existing well is $125,000. So $5,000 is a joke. It does nothing. And then if you have to do another one, then you're looking at another $125,000. So your well may be more than your property is worth now because your property is losing value. So that whole thing, the $5,000 is a joke. I mean, they literally laughed at us when we told them that that's what they were going to give us was $5,000. But because of, like I said, because of the permits, the closest we could find that actually could do it is Redding. And someone had mentioned that they had talked to people to see if we had issues about, issues about our houses or planting things around our property. I would like to know who they talked to because we've never been talked to. And we're on Patricia. So we're on the more dangerous area. Never heard from anyone. And that is it on that.
Thank you. William Simpson?
I just want to thank the chairman and the board for staying so late to hear all these things, because, I know you guys have heard this a million times already. And it's nice that the public here, the constituents, can actually come together and do this. So what I'd like to, first of all, I did have a couple questions about the values of the aluminum, iron, and arsenic and lead that the county tested, what those values were. That was question one. Also, we're not trying to pull a fast one here. Nielsen did this test that I have here, and it wasn't cheap. And I didn't touch the water sample. An independent couple did it down there. And the man who actually took the water sample worked for Pacific Corp for 20 years. So he knows what he's doing. He's done all kinds of stuff up there. So, and we're seeing values and we're not seeing things tested. Again, there's been no sediment testing. It seems like all that science that was done 20 years ago, that Dr. Paul Hauser got fired for, for coming out with the truth, that those reports have just kind of disappeared. So we need to do sediment testing on what's remaining in these lake bottoms. That's not job one. Job two, we need to start looking at the things that the county hasn't tested. I know you said you're going to start testing, but besides the aluminum, iron, arsenic, and lead, we need to look at barium because we have a huge spike in that, cadmium, and chromium. And these things are probably some of the most egregious things you could get in your water. And then the sediment's critical because it's going to be dust. I mean, they talk about it's oh so wonderful. They're going to fly over with helicopters and sprinkle fairy dust and seeds everywhere. But the thing is this, anybody in this room that's a farmer knows you got to drill seed into good soil to get good response. This is microcrystalline clay. It's got low pH. It's loaded with anthropogenic nitrogen and phosphates. It just will burn the roots off anything. The only thing I think that could take root out there maybe is yellow star thistle. So, and that's, I mean, I'm being straight up here. So it all listens good. They've got a really wonderful narrative. But the thing is they're going to leave. They're going to collect all their money, and they're going to go, well, you know, and it's going to be more of this deception and switching the spin and so on and so forth. They got a great spin job going on here. But we've got to see past it because we all got to live here. When they leave, we're here. We're stuck with it. And the Board of Supervisors may be dealing with some very long-term serious issues like cancer clusters and things like that. And I would strongly encourage this board to declare, as Ray Halp mentioned, maybe declare an advisory or an emergency that we don't know what's happening with this water. We do have a report that's a red flag, and hey, all the way down the river, people need to start, like this one resident was saying, they got to test their wells now. This stuff moves through the alluvium and it's deadly. So, and that's why the fish are dead. And then the other thing I was going to say is I want to thank the road department, Tom, that they've been trying to do a good job up on Copco. I mean, those guys are flying down the hill. And I live off Copco Road, and I can tell you right now, those big semis are going down there 45, 50. And of course, we had that fatality. There's kids got orphaned, and the rumor, I don't have this on verified authority, but the rumor is the guy that was coming down was a security guy working for the dam removal, and he was killed in his Dodge pickup after he went over the center line and hit those people. And I know the toxicology report is not showing up on this guy. So there seems to be maybe some throttling back of reporting on that because it would be 3 deaths attributed to the dam removal. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on here, Chairman and supervisors. I would like to see the board a little bit more proactive if you could. I know you guys are jammed, but this is a big deal. This is, I mean, the river of death, I don't think that's an overstatement. Go down there, pick up some of that black clay and look at it, smell it. It's terrible stuff.
Thank you. Richard Marshall. You wanted, okay, I'll take you off this one. All right. You want to answer some of those questions that came up?
Yes, please. Clarification, we did sample for chromium and cadmium both. Neither of them were over the drinking water standard. Barium, we did not. That was not part of the suite. Other thing I want to mention though too, response to Bill. So I was down there personally on the 28th, and the area below Klamathon was running black. It really was, and that's the date that you guys took your samples. 3 days later, when we took our samples, it was chocolate basically. So it was lessened in nature, so to speak. So I would expect your samples to be higher than ours.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Howe?
Just a statement, I guess. Every first-year hydrology student is told the answer to pollution is more dilution. And you're going to see pulses. So your sample is one thing, your sample is one thing. We're going to see these pulses, I guess, cyclic with whatever's going on with weather or the construction activity here. I'm really curious to see what this is going to look like in the summer when we have a lot less dilution, but the same amount of pollution going down the river. With that said, I wanted to ask Michael Harrison. I don't know if you've seen anything. I'm looking for any studies that have ever been done on the river or any disclosure, because I don't remember anything in any of the analysis that talked about the destruction of the food web in the river. And I don't know how these fish are going to get from the hatchery to the mouth if there's nothing for them to eat the entire way when they're released. And that's what's going on in the main stem of the river. And I don't know. If there's some of those studies, I'd sure like to read them, but in 25 years, I've never seen one. Thanks.
Any other board member?
Just one real quick. Sure. Maybe I missed it, Rick, but we're going to do like maybe monthly testing or something throughout this project? I think we need to do that for our own account.
That time frame has not been established. Just understand it's very expensive to do.
Maybe we bring it up for discussion and what the cost is, but I do think when the inquisition comes, it won't be that we didn't do our part.
Right. Yeah. We need to have a record.
And with regard to what Ms. Reynolds brought up about sampling, I understand why we sampled below the dam removal, but it might be good to look at this spot up in here as well. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Good. All right, we'll move on to item. Sure, we'll take 2 minutes. We'll try to, yeah, okay. Supervisor Gotta hit Lake Shastina here. I will. All right, I've got 3 board members. As soon as the quiet's down out there, we'll finish up here. We've got the mitigation or fund on item I. It's going to be next.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
All
Ms.
right.
Nielsen, item 4I.
Perfect. Good evening.
Oh, sorry. Supervisor Valenzuela has had to leave, so he's absent, and Supervisor Chris is here somewhere, so, but he's not present currently. All right.
No worries. Good evening, everybody. Elizabeth Nielsen, Deputy County Administrator, and I feel like most of my talking points today have been mostly reading statements, which again, I'm going to do. So for this item, I wanted to inform the board and the public that the Klamath Mitigation Fund administrators, Monty Mendenhall and Joan Smith Freeman, were invited to this meeting on February 5th through email. And on February 8th, Monty Mendenhall replied via email with the following, quote, administrators of the Klamath Mitigation Fund have been working diligently with residents potentially impacted by dam removal. I am pleased to report all claims filed to date have received settlements. While the Klamath Mitigation Fund timeline for groundwater wells and floodplain settlement has passed, as administrators, we have the ability at our discretion to reopen negotiations on wells or any other direct project impacts. Residents in proximity to Copco Reservoir potentially impacted by slope instability have been contacted by the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. The Renewal Corporation has provided those residents updates regarding ongoing activities, including the results of monitoring. Klamath Mitigation Fund will be advised of monitoring and potential impacts to those specific properties. Klamath Mitigation Fund will work with those property owners upon their request or when outreach is required due to any impacts identified through Klamath River Renewal Corporation monitoring efforts. I must reiterate, the Klamath Mitigation Fund is engaged in private confidential settlements with those impacted by reservoir drawdown. This is not a public process requiring public engagement or vetting. I respectfully decline your offer to attend a public meeting. Anyone eligible for settlement is advised to contact Klamath Mitigation Fund via our website, klamathmitigationfund@gmail.com, or letter to P.O. Box 1532, Wairika, California, 96097, end quote. And again, that is an email from Monty Mendenhall on February 8th in response to our invitation to today's meeting. Lastly, I just want to note that the county has invited the fund administrators to special board meetings in March, April, and May of 2023. And they were invited to the September 27th, 2023 Copco community meeting held at this location. All invitations were declined. In addition, the board sent a letter to the administrators on May 24th, 2023, urging the fund administrators to extend the deadlines for mitigation for the various programs covered by the fund. The county never received a response. I will keep it at that, and we'll turn it over to any questions from the board.
So, Ms. Nielsen, I have one public comment on this, but before we go there quickly, we had asked, I think, at meetings past for the financial disclosure on the operations of the mitigation fund. This, at least I'll say from my perspective, the funding mechanism that came from the KRRC is public money. And I look at this as a public process. I get that it's confidential with those landowners that they're dealing with. I respect that. But the funding that they're dealing with is public money. And so I would still request that financial disclosures for the operations of that fund, the amount that they received, we were told 25 million from the KRRC. How that is being expended, and if any other revenues come in.
We will continue to make those requests. We have made those requests, email, over the phone, through meetings, we will continue to do that.
Okay,
Through the chair.
sure.
Real
Supervisor
real quick,
Howard.
I'd like to add to that, what also makes it a public process is that mitigation is specifically identified in the EIS. That is a requirement of the FERC EIS. That makes it a public process, and the review of it must be public.
Okay. Anyone else before I go to public comment?
I didn't know, I missed who this was, this lady, sorry.
Elizabeth Nielsen, Deputy County Administrator for Siskiyou County.
Richard Marshall, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board and the audience here, I want to start off by, I'm Richard Marshall. Thank you, Fort Jones. And a little bit about myself is important, I think, to understand where the area I'm speaking from. I'm 81. I've had my real estate license since I was 22. And I worked 15 years in agency projects. I worked after that in major industrial and development projects, including Treasure Island project, Presidio project, and Mare Island, which I sold to Lennar Corporation. So I have a lot of experience in these areas having to do with mitigation, because that was part of what I did as part of the work for agencies. And I can tell you, as has been indicated up here, this is a public project. And it began when the two states signed on as co-licensees. They became part of the chain of title and part of the operation. I was hoping Mark Branson would still be here, because I wrote a letter to him 2 months ago after our meetings at the Board of Supervisors and also here at Copco Lake. A lot of you were here, heard me question what he was referring to when he said he was in accordance with the law. He could never answer that question. He never did answer that question. What he did instead was he told me I had no right to know about it, basically, or deal with the issue, and that he wasn't going to discuss the Constitution with me. No, he wasn't going to discuss it. I didn't ask him to discuss the Constitution. I asked him what law, and he couldn't deal with that. He could not deal with that issue because he doesn't have a law he's working with. This whole process has been set up in mitigation as a, if you will, an insurance fund is basically what it is. If you have an automobile accident in a parking lot, somebody runs into you, that's how they've set it up, so that they can have deniability in the process and say, for example, as they say in their notes, if you don't accept our offer, take us to court. That's not how public agencies are supposed to operate. I mentioned before, the Constitution, both US and California, require that they meet with people openly, talk to them before the fact. Actually, in California, they're supposed to put the money up before they affect your property. And I can tell you as an appraiser, which I did for many years, also that the impact on the real estate values in this area by losing their lake where they had lakes, now they have nothing out there. The people downstream will be impacted by the revision by FEMA of the flood line, will affect their homes, their insurance, and so on, and people will lose their homes as a result of that. None of that is to be compensated for or is allowed to be compensated for under the structure of the mitigation fund. This is not right. The county shouldn't stand for it, and our county council should do something about it. That's my, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Do you think we can get it?
We'll just
Okay.
need to be very quiet.
Okay.
And it'll be hard to hear for folks in the back, but
Okay.
it's our only option.
Go ahead.
Thank you, supervisors and friends. This is Mark Dana, member of the Dana Family Trust Property. I want to tag along with what Mr. Marshall was saying and talk about mitigation for loss of property, resource value, and tax revenue. Trying to be sensitive and without intending to minimize by comparing the tremendous wrongs done to Native Americans in our country to the impact to property owners along the lakes lost. While a bad deal for natives, there was at least some minimal compensation to Native Americans for their lands lost in a way of exchange for other land and fishing quotas as consideration for their loss. Lake property owners impacted by this project have received nothing. Most lake properties in California are extremely expensive. At Tahoe, Lake properties are valued in multiples of tens of millions of dollars. Homes on Lake Almanor are all in the millions, and other lake properties in California are valued at least twice the value of neighboring properties. Well, the modest property that we have, we found our place more desirable than Tahoe or Almanor and many of these other places, and we wouldn't have sold our property on Copco for several million. This isn't about money, it's just about how much we loved our place on the lake. At the same time, over the same 2-decade period, Copco residents have lost value to their properties. First, from just the threat of the lakes being lost, removed, and now inverse condemnation by actual loss. These people have invested a tremendous amount of time and money to plan for and create property oases and an enjoyable quality of life for themselves and their families and for future generations of their families. This is all being taken away from Copco residents, resulting in an immense investment loss, which translates to potentially huge future loss to Siskiyou County tax revenues. And add to that insult, our state money tax, or state tax money, is being used against us to promote, develop, and fund this project. I'm trying hard not to characterize this as a fiasco. In the meantime, Siskiyou County has lost a huge potential to develop the lakes into an even greater resource tourism hotspot, which was expected to be possible as the population in California continues to increase in future decades. What I do personally expect is that if property owners cannot reclaim the lands that have been taken to the edge of the waterfront, those lands should be reconditioned to a safe state and be turned over to the county of Siskiyou or some other public entity for development of accessible recreation along the entire length for public use and enjoyment. There should not be any sort of reserve for special interest use only. Lastly, while many devalue the importance of non-native fishes, those beginner fishermen of all ages who might have had bad experiences with fishing, as a young child, for any fish, whether native or non-native, in most other locations, became lovers of fishing by their incredible experiences catching both native and non-native fish at Copco. I've caught many native steelhead and salmon at other locations in my life, and I've had just as much pleasure catching numerous little gill, perch, and crappie, along with big trout, bass, and catfish all day long at Copco. I found all fish, non-native or native, about their resource that has been lost to me for likely a decade of my older life. We hope that things will change and this will be successful. I truly hope salmon and steelhead populations recover, but there's just not enough water available to the salmon as there was 100 years ago, so we can't expect fish levels to return to those levels.
I'll need you to wrap up,
Someday we
please.
can recover to current levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's it on the mitigation fund. Moving on to item J, Ms. Nielsen.
Final item, a FERC update, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So as instructed by the board at our January special board meeting, county staff and our contractor have reached out and made contact with staff at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I'll refer to them as FERC from here on out. Staff have also worked with staff at FERC to explore options for communication with FERC regarding the Board of Supervisors and residents' project concerns. There are several options for communicating with FERC, which include discussing concerns informally and directly with FERC staff. Let's see, we are currently discussing issues informally to keep FERC apprised of issues and topics at a county level. FERC has an Office of Public Participation, and the responsibility of this office is to empower, promote, and support public voices at FERC. The functions of the Office of Public Participation, or referred to as OPP, are varied but mainly include engaging with the public through direct outreach and education to facilitate greater understanding of commission processes and solicit broader participation in matters before the commission, acting as a liaison to members of the public affected by and interested in commission proceedings by providing ongoing process information on individual proceedings and responding to requests for technical assistance, and coordinating with commission program officers to improve or, as appropriate, make recommendations to improve existing commission processes in a manner responsive to public input to ensure processes are inclusive, fair, and easy to navigate. You may also file a formal letter to FERC, which would be posted on FERC's e-library, or you can do a combination of all of these processes. FERC staff has expressed to us that they encourage the board and the public to reach out to their Office of Public Participation, or OPP, with their concerns. When reaching out, it will be helpful to provide clear issues and concerns that are substantiated with examples and documentation. And for the purposes of the board for this item, during the January meeting, the board directed staff to engage with FERC, and further direction was to communicate through letter or see what options were available. So we have the informal process, which is phone conversations, emails, where we express concerns or issues, ask questions, ask for responses. And then there's the formal process where the county would submit a letter to FERC through the formal complaint process. It would then require FERC to open an investigation into the issues or allegations in the letter. And then it would require FERC to formally respond to the county with the outcome of their investigation. I want to advise the public and the board that this could take several months. It could be a very long process. We have been informed by FERC that through the informal process, we would likely get answers on a quicker basis. And so the direction in front of the board today is to continue our informal process and continue to report back at the board at future special board meetings, or to engage in a more formal process. And I spoke with Chair Cobsef on the break, and with Supervisor Valenzuela absent, we could also continue the informal processes and report back to the board in March and re-seek direction on this formal process. And our informal process would allow us to gather all of the factual information presented here today and expressed by the public and communicate that to FERC. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the board and any direction from the board.
Okay, and so I had indicated, as Ms. Nielsen said, that with Supervisor Valenzuela absent now, I think we need full 5-member input. But I think that what has been presented so far today is also a new basis for what this board might decide on how to be in contact with FERC. I support the idea of the informal at this point, and Ms. Nielsen and our staff, with the information that we've received today, bringing that forth to the board, because there's new information that we didn't have prior to this meeting. And we meet the 20 next week is too soon, right? Because you have to have it done by tomorrow. So that's
correct.
Work. And do we have a Klamath meeting on the 27th?
We were going to discuss after today's meeting if we thought we still needed another special board meeting this month, or wait until our special board meeting in March.
Okay, all right. So I have a couple public comments. Mr. Casali, I'll get to you in just a second. Chrissy Reynolds, you're down for that. Any comment?
Just on the FERC process, if we, sorry.
And I think what you've provided, Ms. Nielsen, would be available on our website.
We will put this information on our website, on our web page for the public. Yes, correct.
Chrissy Reynolds, Copco Lake. So I have a couple questions about the FERC process, the Office of Public Participation. Um, I'm wondering if it's possible that you can continue with the informal process, but then again, coordinate a formal process. So even if it's longer term, to me, it just seems like it has a little bit more weight. But at least we're doing things in real time, as well as doing things more formally, real time, whatever that is. I saw that, right? And then I have a question. Are we still under P-2082 or is it P-2083? What is the project number that we're supposed to reference?
Go ahead, Ms. Nielsen.
So to answer Ms. Reynolds' first question, we have the option to engage in several processes with FERC. We are not limited to either just the informal or formal process. And as to the docket number on FERC, I'll be honest, it's been a minute since I went on there. Usually I just get information emailed to me. So we will check and we will put that on our webpage this week.
I think
And we will
Chelsea-
email it to you as well.
Chelsea may be able to answer that.
It's 2082 is the docket number.
Okay.
2082 is the docket number.
Okay. Mr. Casalio?
Actually, sorry. Chrissy actually already said what I was going to say. Rex Gazelio. It's same thing. In my experience, everything, I would also concur and suggest that you perhaps pursue both at the same time. While the other may be delayed, I was involved with the OPP formation a short, relatively recent time ago. Basically, what it seems to come down to was a provision for FERC to set a special interest committee that allowed them to put input that could actually subvert the science that FERC was dependent on having to make their decisions based upon. Otherwise, they were to include others involved. A formal process would probably be, though, a good thing to instigate concurrent, because in all of the submissions, in all of these years that I've submitted to post to FERC directly through informal process posted to the e-library have resulted in 0 replies. I have never had a single response from FERC for any of those. So I would suggest both myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nielsen, does it prohibit anyone from the public? I heard you say that they could engage. I appreciate what Mr. Casalio just said, and I get that maybe you haven't received a reply, but I'm going to say because the lakes have been drained, that it might have a different priority, if that makes sense, that they might want to hear from you now, because there's nothing prohibiting you, the public, from reaching out to the contact that we'll provide on our website.
Correct. And we will email that out to our email group as well.
Okay. Anything from the board?
Sure. I'm with you on the informal piece, but I'd also like to bring that back at our next meeting to see what that formal process looks like.
Yeah.
Because truthfully, I'm tired of being ignored.
Understood.
You know, but I do have a question too. We're not the public, we're a government. We represent the public, and there has to be a government interface with FERC outside of just general comments from the public. Do you know, is there such a thing? I mean, every agency has different departments that deal with different levels of organization.
Yes, and if I misspoke, I apologize. We are not interacting with FERC as a member of the public. We are interacting with FERC as a governing body, the County of Siskiyou. We will continue to do so. Any informal or formal communication would be as that governing body.
I understand that. Let me be clearer maybe. Is there a FERC government department that deals with other governments rather than the title of this department is public?
We will bring that back to the next meeting when we discuss this.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Ogren, anything?
I agree. We should do both. Um, and to me, this whole process has been a little bit frustrating because I get a little bit bogged down in the fact that not only have we shouldn't have to be the ones that have to push this forward. We shouldn't have to be the ones that are accountable to make KRRC responsible for their actions. And again, it's back on us to push this forward, and that makes me just a little bit frustrated. But we are here for you, and that's what we are doing, is trying to help you. So it's back in our hands to try to make this as public and as important as we possibly can, for all of us. So yes, let's do everything we possibly can. And to what Supervisor Haupt said, let's try to make this as important and direct to FERC as possible and not be put in that public zone, but try to find the right people to deal with a government to government situation as possible and try to find the most direct route.
Okay, Supervisor Chris?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. Sorry, I am wide awake on this. I just had a head cold and just been phasing me a little bit. But thank you for coming here, and we'll proceed.
And just so I'm
Go ahead.
clear, and to make it clear to everyone else, the direction to staff tonight is to continue with our informal engagement with FERC. We have several questions to look into, including a FERC governmental department, which may help in a formal, in formally engaging with FERC. We will bring back to our next special Klamath Dams board meeting a discussion on formal engagement and direction where all 5 board members are present.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. I got one last public comment. Ms. Hansard, if you want to come up quickly. It's been a very long day.
Yes, Holly Hansard. Yes, thank you for being here. It's certainly a longer day than I had anticipated, but really thank you for being here. And when I gave the verbal notice, so if it's not you, who? Like, I have no idea. I mean, thank goodness for Congressman Doug LaMalfa, as Aaron testified, but who, pray tell, sorry, do we, I mean, I thank you for doing your part, but who is responsible? The governor? The president? I mean, I don't know. So maybe on the next meeting you could
So
tell
my
us.
understanding is FERC is the main
Who's FERC? I mean, the
Federal
initials.
Energy Regulatory.
Oh, federal. Sorry, explain it. Sorry, I
I'm
interrupted
going
you.
to
Yeah,
go
sorry.
back to Ms. Nielsen
Yeah,
because there
I'm
was a
sorry.
lot
I
of
should
it.
know who FERC is.
Yep.
FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is the entity responsible for approving and issuing an order for facilities removal. They are the entity that then, they were the ones that approved dam removal. The Klamath River Renewal Corporation, which is referred to as KRRC, is the entity carrying out dam removal. They are co-licensee with the states of Oregon and California, who are co-owners and co-project proponents throughout this whole process. FERC is the regulatory body. KRRC and the states of Oregon and California are the entities that own the dams and are carrying out dam removal.
Got it. So with that, yes, sir. Sure. On this subject.
On this subject.
Yes.
Water, right? So I just wanted to call to attention, my name is Michael Crow. I just want to call to attention the Nielsen Research Corporation lab analysis that's been flying all over Facebook today. Reading through that is my understanding that it has been inaccurately interpreted. So where several people have reported today that the chromium level is 178 times over permissible exposure limit, I believe that's not correct. Their calculations, I think, are using reporting limits or detection levels as opposed to actual PELs. The correct level for chromium is 0.1 milligram per liter, not 0.005. So I suggest you guys just look at the numbers and know what they actually mean.
Okay, and I think Mr. Dean, if he's still here, had indicated that his testing was different, but it was 3 days later. Right? Do you want to address that, or am I putting you on the spot?
Right on the spot. It's falling apart. Correct. I think what the gentleman stated there is true. At the back of your packets there with the sample analysis,
There's
are they
extras of these up
correct?
here.
EPA and also the state of California standards for drinking water for those elements.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with public comment unless you haven't spoken. So I would like to thank, our board would like to thank, and our staff would like to thank the community of Copco for hosting us. Thank you for providing lunch for those that were here, and the snacks prior. Thank you for the building. I hope that this was helpful. It was our goal to highlight the issues that were going on since they had pulled the plug and drained the lakes, so that it can get a little more daylight. So again, thank you all for hosting us, and thank you staff for staying longer than normal. But drive safely going home, and we're adjourned.